good evening. Or maybe it's already past midnight where you are. Perhaps you're listening from a quiet apartment in United States, a rainy town somewhere in England, or under a soft ceiling fan on the other side of the world. Wherever you are, settle in gently tonight. Leave a like if you enjoy strange little corners of history. Subscribe if old forgotten lives calm your mind. And tell me in the comments what time it is where you're listening from. I always love reading where these sleepy history journeys reach. Now, tonight's story begins in a place nobody in medieval Europe wanted to talk about openly, even though every single person on earth dealt with it every day. Kings dealt with it. Knights dealt with it. Monks, bakers, queens, soldiers, blacksmiths, peasants, children, everyone. And yet for hundreds of years, people hid the truth behind heavy doors, chamber pots, castle shafts, filthy rivers, perfumed cloths and silence. Because medieval toilets were not simply unpleasant. Sometimes, they were dangerous. There are real records of people falling into castle latrines and drowning. Real accounts of servants scraping human waste from palace walls. Real laws about throwing sewage from windows onto crowded streets below. And somewhere in the darkness of Europe's cities, entire professions existed only because someone had to clean what everyone else desperately wanted to forget. So tonight, slowly and carefully, we are going to walk through the hidden history of how people used the toilet in medieval life. And once you begin noticing it, you realize the smell of medieval history was very different from the clean stone castles shown in movies. Imagine first a narrow street in medieval London sometime during the 1300s. The road is muddy before sunrise. Rainwater mixes with animal droppings from horses, pigs, and goats wandering freely through the streets. Smoke drifts from fireplaces. Fish sellers shout from wooden stalls near the river. Church bells echo through cold morning air. But beneath all of this sits another smell. Thick human smell. Rotting food. Sewage. The medieval world had no modern sewer system like many cities today. Ancient Romans once built remarkable drainage systems centuries earlier, but after the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, much of that infrastructure fell apart or was abandoned in many regions. People still needed somewhere to relieve themselves, of course. And solutions depended almost entirely on wealth. Poor villagers in the countryside often used extremely simple methods. A family living in a tiny one-room wooden hut might have no private toilet at all. During daytime, many simply walked into nearby woods, fields, or behind animal sheds. Privacy was limited. Practical survival mattered more than comfort. At night, especially during freezing winters, people often used a basic chamber pot. A chamber pot was exactly what it sounds like. A portable container used indoors for urination and defecation. These pots were made from clay, wood, pewter, or metal depending on wealth. Richer homes sometimes had decorated ceramic versions. Poorer families used plain rough pots. And yes, these chamber pots were often kept very close to where people slept. In crowded medieval homes, entire families slept together in one space. Imagine the air inside during winter, when windows remained closed against icy winds. Smoke from indoor fires lingered under low ceilings while chamber pots sat nearby until morning. The next morning somebody had to empty them. Sometimes this meant carrying waste outside and dumping it into pits. In towns and cities, however, many people simply threw it directly into the street. That famous warning people associate with medieval Europe, garderobes, likely developed later in some regions from French phrases warning pedestrians below that waste was about to be tossed from windows. Whether the exact word was always used or not, the danger itself was real. Walking through medieval streets could become a hazardous experience for entirely disgusting reasons. In larger towns, cesspits became common. These were deep holes dug into the ground where human waste collected over time. Some households shared pits with neighbors. Others paid workers to empty them periodically. And those workers existed in a strange place within society. Necessary, but deeply disliked. In England, men who cleaned cesspits were sometimes called gong farmers. The word gong referred to privies or latrines. These workers usually operated at night because the smell was unbearable and because society viewed the work as shameful. But it paid surprisingly well compared to some other labor. Few people wanted the job. Gong farmers climbed into pits filled with human waste using buckets and shovels. They hauled sewage out by hand, often breathing through cloths wrapped around their faces. The waste was then carried outside city limits. Some workers became seriously ill from poisonous gases collecting inside pits. Historical records describe deaths caused by suffocation while cleaning cesspools. And despite the filth, medieval governments actually regulated this work carefully. In parts of medieval London, laws controlled where waste could be dumped because overflowing sewage created public health disasters. Rivers became polluted quickly. Wells became contaminated. Disease spread easily in crowded neighborhoods. People did not fully understand bacteria yet, but they absolutely understood that terrible smells and filthy water often brought sickness. Now imagine life inside a medieval castle. Modern films often present castles as grand, elegant places filled with banners, candles, polished halls, and noble feasts. But castles were also full of smoke, dampness, and toilets. Castle toilets were usually called garderobes. The name sounds almost elegant until you learn how they worked. A garderobe was often a small stone chamber built into the castle wall. Inside sat a wooden or stone seat with a vertical shaft beneath it. Human waste dropped directly down the shaft into a pit below, or sometimes into a moat or river nearby. If you stood outside certain castles centuries ago, you could actually see streaks running down the walls beneath toilet shafts. And the smell in summer could become overwhelming. Still, for nobles, garderobes offered something important: privacy, or at least more privacy than ordinary villagers experienced. Some castle toilets even had running water systems nearby where streams helped carry waste away. Monasteries occasionally built surprisingly advanced latrine systems using flowing water channels. Medieval engineers were not foolish people. They constantly experimented with practical sanitation solutions when resources allowed. Yet comfort remained limited. Cold winds blew upward through stone shafts during winter. Insects gathered around openings during warmer months. Rats sometimes climbed through drains and pits. And then there was the danger. One horrifying historical story comes from Germany in 1184 during an event connected to noble gatherings in Erfurt. Though not entirely caused by toilets alone, part of the disaster involved people falling through weakened wooden flooring above a latrine pit. Many drowned in sewage below. Even medieval chroniclers seemed shocked by the gruesome nature of the deaths. The reality of sanitation shaped medieval architecture more than most people realize. Entire castle designs included waste removal systems. Monasteries planned communal toilet benches. Cities argued constantly over drainage. Because no matter how grand a kingdom appeared, human bodies remained human bodies. And tonight, as rain taps softly against the windows of medieval Europe, servants carry chamber pots through dark hallways lit only by candlelight. Somewhere in the distance, a monastery bell rings before dawn. And beneath the stone streets of sleeping towns, cesspits continue slowly filling in silence. The cesspits beneath medieval towns did not stay hidden quietly for long. Eventually every pit filled. And when that happened, people either paid to have it emptied, or ignored it until the smell became impossible to live with. Imagine standing inside a crowded neighborhood in medieval Paris during summer around the late 1300s. Houses lean toward each other so closely that upper floors almost touch overhead. Sunlight barely reaches the muddy lanes below. Rainwater cannot dry properly. Refuse gathers beside walls. Dogs fight over scraps near market stalls. And under many homes sits a growing pit of human waste slowly fermenting beneath wooden floors. People in medieval cities became deeply familiar with smell. Modern humans often forget how strongly the pre-industrial world smelled because today we separate waste from daily life with underground plumbing, chemicals, sealed bathrooms, and sanitation systems. Medieval people lived much closer to every stage of human existence. Cooking smells mixed with animal smells. Sweat mixed with smoke. blood from butcher shops mixed with horse manure. And everywhere, beneath all of it, the constant presence of human waste lingered in the air. This was not because medieval people were ignorant or dirty, in the childish way modern stereotypes sometimes suggest. In reality, many medieval communities cared intensely about cleanliness. Cities passed sanitation laws. Monasteries developed washing routines. Wealthy households used perfumes, herbs, and linens to reduce odor. The problem was infrastructure. A growing medieval city produced enormous amounts of waste, but lacked the engineering systems necessary to remove it safely and continuously. In some places, rivers became giant moving sewers. The River Thames in medieval London carried trade ships, drinking water, fish, and sewage. Households dumped waste directly into smaller streams feeding larger rivers. Tanners processing leather added chemical runoff. Butchers discarded animal remains nearby. And because many citizens still depended on wells and river water, contamination became a constant danger. People noticed patterns even if they did not understand microbes scientifically. Bad smells often meant danger. Rotting filth often preceded illness. Certain neighborhoods became infamous for sickness. During outbreaks of plague and disease, city officials sometimes blamed foul air itself. This belief became known later as miasma theory, the idea that poisonous smells spread illness. They were wrong about the exact mechanism, but their instincts connected filth with disease for understandable reasons. Now imagine the daily life of an ordinary medieval family. A father works as a cooper making barrels. A mother cooks pottage over an indoor fire. Children sleep together under wool blankets stuffed with straw. And in one corner of the house sits the chamber pot. At night, especially during freezing weather, nobody wanted to walk outdoors to a privy. The chamber pot solved this problem. Wealthier homes sometimes kept separate pots for urine and feces. Some had lids, others did not. Historical records even show that chamber pots occasionally became status symbols among the wealthy. Decorated ceramic pots appeared in noble households. Certain elite families imported finely crafted examples from skilled artisans. Still, regardless of decoration, the purpose remained identical. And mornings brought unpleasant routines. Servants in wealthy homes carried pots away before sunrise. In poorer households, family members handled the task themselves. Some emptied them into cesspits. Others dumped them into drains or streets. Medieval authorities repeatedly tried stopping this. In London, laws forbade throwing waste into public roads or rivers in certain areas. Fines existed for offenders. Similar regulations appeared across parts of France and other European regions. But enforcing such rules proved difficult. Cities lacked enough officials. And when survival occupied most of daily life, sanitation regulations often lost priority. Meanwhile, monasteries developed some of the most organized toilet systems in medieval Europe. Monks lived communally under strict routines. Large monasteries sometimes housed dozens or even hundreds of people. Without structure, sanitation could collapse quickly. So medieval monasteries built long communal latrines. Imagine a stone room lined with wooden seats side by side overflowing water channels. Beneath the benches, streams carried waste away continuously. Some monasteries positioned latrines above rivers for easier disposal. There was little privacy. Monastic life rarely emphasized personal privacy anyway. Monks prayed together, ate together, slept in shared dormitories, and used toilets communally. Silence rules sometimes even continued inside latrine areas. Yet compared with crowded urban slums, some monasteries maintained surprisingly effective sanitation systems. Archaeologists studying medieval monastic sites have uncovered complex drainage channels, water systems, and waste management designs showing careful planning. Of course, not all monasteries smelled pleasant. Far from it. Records from certain abbeys complain bitterly about odors, overflowing drains, and poor maintenance. Medieval administrators constantly worried about repairs because once sewage systems failed, entire communities suffered quickly. And then there were public toilets. Yes, medieval cities sometimes had them. Large towns occasionally constructed shared privies near marketplaces or bridges. One famous example existed on London Bridge, where toilets emptied directly into the river below. Imagine walking across that bridge centuries ago. Merchants shouting, animals pushing through crowds, fish smell from nearby stalls, smoke drifting over rooftops, and beneath your feet, sewage falling into the moving river. Daily medieval life felt intensely physical. Modern people often separate bodily functions behind locked doors, scented sprays, and polished tiles. Medieval society treated the body more openly simply because survival demanded practicality over embarrassment. Yet embarrassment still existed. People joked constantly about toilets, smells, and bodily functions. Medieval literature contained surprisingly crude humor. Monks wrote jokes in manuscript margins. Entertainers mocked bad smells publicly. Even nobles laughed at toilet accidents. Human beings have always used humor to manage discomfort. Some wealthy individuals even used scented herbs while using toilets. Lavender, rosemary, sage, and rose petals helped mask odors. Certain castle garderobes stored hanging herbs nearby. In elite households, servants refreshed these regularly. But herbs could only do so much, especially during summer. Imagine July heat pressing against stone castle walls, waste pits baking beneath sunlight, flies gathering around openings, thick air hanging motionless over crowded streets. The smell alone could define entire neighborhoods. Travelers sometimes describe cities primarily through odor. Medieval writing occasionally mentions entering towns where the stench struck visitors before the buildings even appeared clearly. And despite all this discomfort, people adapted remarkably well. Humans normalize almost everything eventually. A peasant child born into medieval village life did not compare conditions to modern plumbing. A monk in a stone abbey considered communal latrines ordinary. A noblewoman using a castle garderobe accepted drafts and smells as part of existence. Normal is shaped by the world around you. Tonight, candlelight flickers inside medieval homes while chamber pots wait quietly beside beds. Somewhere beyond the walls of a crowded town, gong farmers prepare for another long night of dangerous labor. And under the moonlit streets, the pits beneath the city continue rising slowly toward the surface. The pits beneath medieval cities sometimes became so full that the ground itself started changing. In some neighborhoods, wooden floors sagged from moisture below. Walls absorbed foul odors that never fully disappeared. During heavy rains, sewage overflowed upward into courtyards and alleys. Entire sections of towns developed reputations people tried desperately to avoid. And yet life continued around them. Bakers still opened shops before sunrise. Blacksmiths still hammered iron in smoky workshops. Children still chased dogs through muddy streets. People married, traded, argued, prayed, and laughed while living beside smells modern people would find unbearable within minutes. Now imagine entering a medieval inn after a long journey. You arrive exhausted after days traveling on rough roads through England or perhaps northern France. Your boots are wet. Your cloak smells like rain and horses. The innkeeper offers ale, stew, and a place to sleep among strangers packed tightly together. But eventually another problem appears. Where exactly do you go to the toilet? Many inns had backyard privies, small outdoor structures built above pits. These were often simple wooden huts with holes cut into benches. Some larger inns serving wealthy travelers offered better arrangements, but most remained basic and unpleasant. At night, reaching them could feel miserable. Imagine icy wind cutting through darkness while carrying a candle lantern across muddy ground. Rainwater pools around your boots. The privy door creaks open. Inside sits a rough wooden bench above darkness, alive with flies during warmer months and frozen waste during winter. And remember, there was no toilet paper. This is one detail modern audiences always wonder about, and the answers varied greatly depending on region, wealth, and available materials. People used moss, rags, wool scraps, leaves, water, sometimes simply their hands followed by washing. Ancient Romans once used shared sponges on sticks in public latrines, but medieval Europe had no universal method. In wealthier households, soft cloths might be used and washed afterward. In poorer communities, practicality ruled above comfort, and winter created entirely different problems. Imagine using an outdoor privy during January in Northern Europe. Wind pushes through cracks in wooden walls. Snow gathers outside. The seat itself feels painfully cold. Chamber pots indoors became especially valuable during freezing seasons because nobody wanted nighttime journeys across icy courtyards. Castle life during winter carried similar discomforts. Movies often show castles glowing warmly with firelight, but real medieval castles could become brutally cold. Stone walls trapped dampness. Fires heated only limited areas. Many garderobes sat in exterior walls, exposed to freezing winds. Nobles sometimes used portable clothes stools indoors instead. These were early toilet chairs containing removable pots beneath seats. Wealthy individuals could relieve themselves privately near heated rooms rather than walking through freezing corridors. Kings themselves used them. In fact, royal toilets became surprisingly important political spaces. Important discussions sometimes occurred while rulers dressed, washed, or used private chambers connected to personal latrines. Trusted servants gained influence simply because they had intimate access to rulers during private moments. In later centuries, the English royal court even developed an official position called the groom of the stool. This servant assisted the king with extremely personal bathroom matters and often became politically influential because of constant proximity. Sounds strange now. But medieval and early modern courts operated through personal closeness as much as official titles. And privacy itself meant something different back then. Today, bathrooms are deeply private spaces in much of the world. Medieval life, however, involved constant shared existence. Families slept together. Servants lived near masters. Travelers crowded into common rooms. True privacy belonged mostly to the wealthy. Even many castle garderobes lacked complete isolation. Some opened near shared corridors. Servants cleaned them regularly. Guards stationed nearby overheard conversations. In monasteries, communal latrines often lined long benches without dividers at all. People accepted this because social expectations differed. But embarrassment still existed when things went wrong. Historical records contain complaints about blocked latrines, collapsing seats, overflowing pits, and horrifying accidents. One medieval writer described the misery of sitting above a foul pit during summer while insects swarmed upward beneath the seat. And insects truly were everywhere. Flies gathered constantly around waste areas. Fleas thrived in crowded, unsanitary conditions. Rats moved through drains, pits, and storage rooms searching for scraps. Archaeologists excavating medieval cesspits today often uncover astonishing things preserved beneath centuries of waste. Broken dishes, food remains, jewelry, lost tools. Even written objects occasionally survived in oxygen-poor conditions underground. In a strange way, medieval toilets became accidental time capsules. People dropped things unknowingly into pits. Servants discarded broken items there. Refuse preserved evidence of daily life historians might never otherwise discover. Scientists studying ancient latrines have even identified parasite eggs preserved in medieval waste. These reveal common diseases affecting populations centuries ago. Roundworms, tapeworms, whipworms. Poor sanitation allowed parasites to spread easily through contaminated food and water. So when modern people imagine medieval feasts with roasted meats and golden goblets, historians also remember another reality existing beside that luxury. Intestinal disease was common. Children frequently died young from infections modern sanitation now prevents. And nobody escaped entirely from the limitations of the age. Even queens dealt with lice, fleas, stomach illness, and primitive toilet conditions. One especially fascinating place to examine medieval sanitation was the monastery infirmary. Monasteries not only prayed, they cared for sick members and travelers. Some developed advanced medical traditions for the era. Their toilet arrangements often reflected practical thinking about hygiene. Running water systems helped reduce odor. Certain monastic rules required hand washing before meals. Latrines were positioned strategically away from kitchens and wells when possible. Again, medieval people were not foolish. They understood through experience that filth created danger, even without modern germ theory. Still, major cities struggled constantly. In London, officials repeatedly ordered citizens not to dump waste into streets or rivers. In Paris, complaints about overflowing cesspits appear throughout surviving records. Similar concerns existed across urban Europe. And then came the rain. Heavy storms transformed medieval streets into moving rivers of mud, manure, and sewage. Drainage systems rarely handled large floods properly. Waste washed through marketplaces and residential lanes alike. Imagine trying to cross such streets wearing leather shoes and wool clothing. The smell alone lingered everywhere. Yet somehow, within these difficult conditions, medieval cities grew larger and more crowded century after century. Because opportunity outweighed discomfort. Trade brought money. Markets brought food. Cathedrals brought prestige. And so humanity adapted again. Night falls now over a crowded medieval town. Candles flicker behind tiny windows while distant church bells mark the hour. Somewhere nearby, a servant carries a sloshing chamber pot through narrow corridors toward a backyard pit. And below the sleeping city, hidden beneath wooden covers and stone slabs, centuries of human history continue quietly collecting in darkness. Beneath many medieval castles, the smell never fully disappeared. Visitors might admire banners hanging from stone walls, musicians playing in great halls, or long tables covered with roasted meats and silver cups. But hidden behind tapestries and narrow stairways, another reality existed quietly inside the fortress. Waste shaft, drain channels, rotting pits, and servants whose entire lives revolved around cleaning them. Imagine arriving at a large castle in medieval England sometime in the late 1200s. From far away, the fortress looks magnificent rising above the countryside. Thick walls tower over nearby villages. Guards patrol the battlements. Smoke curls upward from kitchens preparing food for dozens or even hundreds of people. But castles were crowded machines built for survival more than comfort. A noble household included not only lords and ladies, but cooks, stable workers, laundresses, guards, priests, scribes, bakers, armorers, servants, and guests moving constantly through narrow stone corridors. All of them needed toilets. Castle garderobes usually projected slightly from outer walls or were built into corners. If you looked closely at surviving castles today, you can sometimes still spot small stone openings far above the ground where waste once dropped downward. Inside, the arrangement stayed simple. A wooden seat or stone bench. A vertical shaft. Darkness below. In some castles, the waste fell directly into moats surrounding the walls. Others emptied into pits cleaned periodically by laborers. Running water occasionally helped flush material away, especially in more advanced fortifications near rivers or streams. But nothing removed the smell completely, particularly during sieges. A castle under siege became a terrifying sanitation problem. Imagine hundreds of people trapped inside thick walls for weeks or months. Food supplies shrink. Water becomes precious. Waste accumulates rapidly. Historical accounts from medieval warfare describe unbearable smells inside besieged castles. Overflowing latrines spread disease. Wells became contaminated. Defenders weakened from illness long before enemy soldiers broke through walls. In some cases, attacking armies even targeted sanitation intentionally. There are records of waste, dead animals, and rotting bodies being thrown into enemy water supplies during sieges. Medieval warfare was not romantic sword fighting beneath bright banners. Often it involved starvation, disease, smoke, and psychological misery. And nowhere revealed human vulnerability more clearly than the toilet. Even kings sitting on carved thrones still needed garderobes. Some royal chambers contained surprisingly elaborate arrangements. Wealthy nobles used cushions, curtains, perfumes, and decorative woodwork around private toilets. Certain castles included small washing areas nearby with basins and towels. Yet the physical reality underneath remained unchanged. Gravity carried everything downward. One strange belief also connected garderobes with protection against moths. The word garderobe itself may relate partly to clothing storage because some people believed odors from latrine shafts discouraged insects from damaging expensive fabrics. Historians debate exactly how common this practice truly was, but the connection appears in historical discussions often enough to fascinate researchers. Imagine expensive wool cloaks hanging beside a medieval toilet chamber because servants believed the smell kept pests away. History rarely feels glamorous up close. Meanwhile, ordinary peasants outside castle walls lived very differently. Most villagers had no stone toilets at all. Rural privies were often crude wooden structures placed behind homes or near fields. Some families shared facilities with neighbors. Others simply used isolated outdoor locations. Privacy depended largely on geography. A farmer living beside forests could disappear among trees easily. Crowded villages offered fewer options. During nighttime, chamber pots again became the practical solution. And medieval nights were extremely dark. Modern people rarely experience true darkness anymore. Streetlights, screens, and electric bulbs fill cities with constant light. Medieval villages after sunset became oceans of shadow broken only by candles, hearth fires, and moonlight. Walking to an outdoor privy at midnight could feel frightening. Dogs barked in distant alleys. Wind moved through trees. Rain tapped against wooden roofs. Stories about spirits, demons, and wandering souls filled medieval imagination. Many people genuinely feared nighttime supernatural encounters. So chamber pots beside the bed were not merely convenient. They were comforting, especially for children. Historical evidence shows chamber pots existed across nearly every level of society. Archaeologists uncover them constantly in excavations of homes, monasteries, inns, and castles. Their materials differed according to wealth, but the object itself remained universal. One of the strange equalizers of history is that bodily needs connect every human life. A peasant child in muddy clothing. A bishop in embroidered robes. A knight returning from battle. A queen surrounded by servants. All eventually sat over some version of a hole or pot. And despite this shared reality, medieval etiquette still surrounded toileting with rules and manners. People washed hands before meals when possible. Certain religious customs emphasized bodily cleanliness. Noble households trained servants carefully regarding chamber pot handling and linen care. Strong smells were considered embarrassing, particularly among elites. Perfumes became important partly because cities and households smelled so intense. Wealthy individuals carried herbs, flowers, or scented cloths near their faces while traveling through crowded streets. Rose water gained popularity. Lavender appeared frequently. Mint, sage, and rosemary masked unpleasant odors temporarily. But medieval medicine also linked smell directly with health. Doctors sometimes believed pleasant scents protected the body while foul air caused sickness. During outbreaks of plague, some people carried fragrant plants believing they purified dangerous air. Again, the science was incomplete. But the connection between rot and disease did reflect observable reality. And then there were the public bathhouses. Contrary to certain stereotypes, medieval people did bathe. In many towns across France, Germany, and parts of England, bathhouses operated openly for centuries. People washed, socialized, and sometimes conducted business there. But sanitation around bathhouses varied enormously. Some maintained decent standards for the era. Others became associated with prostitution, disease, and overcrowding. Church authorities occasionally criticized public bathing culture, especially when men and women mixed together. Over time, fears about morality and illness caused some bathhouses to decline in certain regions. Yet washing remained important whenever resources allowed. Clean linen particularly mattered in medieval hygiene. Wealthy households changed undergarments more frequently than outer garments. Washing the body with cloths and water often occurred even when full bathing happened less regularly. Toilets, however, always remained the most difficult challenge, especially in growing cities. By the late Middle Ages, urban populations increased significantly. More people meant more waste. More waste meant fuller pits, dirtier rivers, and greater danger. And sometimes, the danger rose directly beneath people's feet. There are medieval reports of collapsing cesspits swallowing animals, carts, and even humans. Wooden coverings weakened over time. Heavy rains softened surrounding earth. One careless step could become fatal. Tonight, as cold air drifts through castle corridors, servants quietly replace rushes scattered across stone floors. Somewhere high in a tower chamber, a nobleman closes the wooden lid of a garderobe seat before returning to candlelit conversation. Far below the walls, hidden beneath layers of mud and darkness, the pits of the medieval world continue filling one bucket at a time. The people who cleaned medieval toilets usually worked while everyone else slept. Long after taverns emptied and candles burned low behind shuttered windows, small groups of laborers moved quietly through city streets carrying shovels, buckets, ropes, and carts. These were the night workers, the gong farmers, and few people wanted to stand near them. Imagine medieval London after midnight sometime during the 1400s. Rainwater glistens faintly under moonlight. Most homes are dark except for occasional flickering firelight behind curtains. The smell of wet wood and smoke hangs over the city. Then, somewhere in the darkness, comes another smell entirely. Heavy, rotten, almost thick enough to taste. A team of workers arrives beside a cesspit behind a crowded row of houses. They lift a wooden cover from the ground. Immediately, foul air rises upward from the darkness below, and someone has to climb inside. This was real medieval labor. Historical records describe gong farmers lowering themselves into pits filled with years of accumulated human waste. Using buckets and crude tools, they removed sewage by hand and loaded it onto carts for disposal outside city walls. The work was so unpleasant that many cities restricted when it could happen. In parts of England, gong farmers often worked only at night to reduce public exposure to the smell. But night work carried its own dangers. Cesspits produced poisonous gases from decomposition. Workers occasionally suffocated after descending into enclosed pits. Some drowned when unstable surfaces collapsed beneath them. Others became sick from infections and parasites spread through constant exposure to waste. And yet cities depended completely on them. Without these laborers, medieval urban life would have collapsed even faster beneath its own filth. Interestingly, gong farmers sometimes earned decent money precisely because so few people wanted the job. Certain records suggest experienced workers negotiated respectable wages. Society viewed them with disgust, but also with reluctant necessity. It was one of history's invisible professions. Essential, dangerous, almost never celebrated. Meanwhile, wealthy citizens tried creating distance between themselves and the unpleasant realities beneath their homes. Large houses sometimes included private latrine towers connected to cesspits hidden farther from living quarters. Servants handled cleaning. Perfumed herbs masked odors indoors. Curtains separated toilet areas from sleeping spaces. Still, no amount of wealth completely escaped medieval sanitation problems. Even royal palaces struggled. At places connected to the English monarchy, records mention blocked drains, terrible smells, and expensive repairs to latrine systems. Castles hosting large feasts produced enormous waste quickly. Hundreds of guests eating rich food for days placed tremendous pressure on primitive sanitation infrastructure. Imagine a medieval banquet ending late at night. Long tables covered in grease and crumbs. Bones scattered across wooden platters. Ale spilled on rush-covered floors. Servants carrying buckets endlessly between kitchens and storage rooms. And eventually, dozens of nobles needing garderobes at nearly the same time. The smell near castle latrine areas after major feasts must have been overwhelming, particularly in summer. Heat transformed every medieval sanitation problem into something worse. Cities baked beneath sunlight while waste fermented in pits below streets. Flies multiplied rapidly. Water sources became dangerous. Butchers struggled to dispose of animal remains quickly enough. Tanneries processing leather produced chemical stench alongside human sewage. Travelers often complained about urban odors immediately upon entering medieval towns. Some compared certain districts to open sewers. Others described rivers thick with floating refuse. Yet these same cities remained centers of trade, learning, religion, and power. Human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures. Children born in crowded medieval neighborhoods accepted such smells as ordinary parts of existence. A young apprentice growing up near markets and workshops did not know modern plumbing or disinfectant. Their senses adapted gradually from infancy. What shocked outsiders felt normal to locals. And medieval people constantly fought against filth using the tools available to them. Street cleaners existed in larger cities. Officials ordered residents to remove refuse from roads. Certain neighborhoods organized waste disposal more carefully than others. Monasteries maintained drainage systems. Wealthy households hired servants for cleaning routines. Still, success remained limited. One major problem involved animals. Medieval cities contained horses, pigs, chickens, goats, dogs, and sometimes cattle moving through crowded streets daily. Animal waste mixed continuously with human sewage and rainwater. Pigs especially wandered freely in many towns, eating scraps directly from streets. In fact, pigs sometimes became sanitation tools themselves. They consumed garbage and food waste efficiently. But they also spread filth everywhere they walked. Imagine narrow medieval alleys after rainfall. Mud mixes with horse manure, kitchen scraps, ash, and sewage flowing slowly downhill. Wooden shoes sink into soft ground while carts struggle through crowded lanes. Now imagine trying to keep clean inside that environment. Clothing absorbed odors easily. Wool trapped smoke and sweat. Washing garments required enormous labor because water had to be carried, heated, and scrubbed manually. This is partly why perfumes and herbs became culturally important among elites. Not merely for luxury, for survival against smell. At noble courts, scented gloves, pomanders, flowers, and oils masked unpleasant air. Wealthy women carried small bundles of herbs. Priests burned incense during religious ceremonies partly for symbolic reasons, but pleasant smells also transformed crowded indoor spaces psychologically. The contrast between perfume and sewage defined much of medieval urban life. And nowhere did that contrast appear more strangely than near churches. Many churches stood beside crowded graveyards in the middle of towns. Nearby streets contained markets, homes, workshops, and waste pits. During rainstorms, foul smells drifted near sacred spaces despite constant religious rituals emphasizing purity and holiness. Life and death existed side by side. So did beauty and filth. A cathedral could contain magnificent stained glass while sewage flowed through nearby gutters outside. And sometimes, medieval humor reflected this uncomfortable reality perfectly. Jokes about farting, bad smells, and toilet accidents appear surprisingly often in medieval manuscripts and stories. Entertainers mocked bodily functions openly. Scholars scribbled crude drawings in book margins. Even monks occasionally wrote humorous complaints about latrine conditions. People log 5 head because there was little alternative. Everyone shared the same physical realities. One medieval writer described sitting in a freezing privy while wind blew upward through the seat hole. Another complained bitterly about crowded communal toilets in religious houses. Human frustration sounds remarkably familiar across centuries. Tonight, deep beneath the streets of sleeping towns, gong farmers continue their exhausting work by lantern light. Above them, wealthy families sleep behind stone walls believing distance protects them from the filth below. But the medieval world remains connected through hidden channels, overflowing pits, and the endless labor of those carrying away what everyone else prefers not to see. For medieval travelers, one of the hardest parts of any long journey was not hunger, cold, or even dangerous roads. It was finding somewhere decent to relieve yourself. Imagine riding on horseback through the countryside of England during the late autumn of the 1300s. Rain falls steadily across muddy roads. Your cloak feels damp and heavy. Villages sit miles apart. Forests stretch dark along the horizon. And after hours of travel, nature eventually forces a stop. Most travelers simply disappeared behind bushes, trees, or hillsides when possible. Privacy depended entirely on the landscape around them. Noble travelers sometimes carried portable chamber pots in wagons, especially for women of wealthy households, but ordinary people relied mostly on the outdoors. Roadside inns offered another option, though not always a pleasant one. Many inns smelled strongly of ale, smoke, wet animals, and human waste mixed together. Privies behind these buildings often served dozens of guests daily with little cleaning between uses. Historical descriptions of certain inns paint grim pictures. Overflowing pits, rotting wooden seats, clouds of flies during summer, and winter created entirely different misery. Frozen waste could pile upward beneath privies because cold temperatures slowed decomposition. Chamber pots left overnight sometimes partially froze indoors. Imagine waking before dawn in an unheated room and discovering the water inside your washing basin covered with thin ice. This was ordinary life for much of medieval Northern Europe. Even wealthy travelers suffered discomfort constantly by modern standards. Queens traveling between castles carried elaborate household arrangements including portable furniture, servants, linens, and personal supplies. Yet despite luxury compared to ordinary people, sanitation remained primitive everywhere. One fascinating detail historians discovered involves medieval etiquette manuals. These guides occasionally advised nobles on polite bathroom behavior. Some instructed people not to relieve themselves in stairways, corners, or public passages. Others emphasized washing hands before meals. Such advice existed because people genuinely needed reminders. Crowded conditions made bad habits dangerous. Now imagine the life of a servant assigned to royal chambers. Before sunrise, they quietly enter private rooms carrying fresh water, linens, towels, and perhaps a clean chamber pot. The previous pot must be removed carefully, emptied somewhere appropriate, cleaned, and returned later. This routine repeated daily, sometimes several times daily. Large noble households required armies of servants performing invisible labor behind elegant public appearances. Guests attending feasts rarely saw the exhausting work happening beneath the surface of aristocratic life. And toilets represented only one part of it. Servants scrubbed floors covered with food scraps and rushes. They cleaned bed linen stained by sweat, sickness, and insects. They carried water endlessly because no pipes delivered it automatically indoors. Water itself was precious labor. Modern people turn faucets without thinking. Medieval households hauled water manually from wells, rivers, or cisterns. Every bucket required human effort. This limited how much washing, flushing, and cleaning could happen daily. And because carrying water was difficult, many medieval toilets relied mostly on gravity rather than washing systems. Waste simply accumulated below. Archaeologists studying medieval cesspits sometimes uncover layer upon layer showing years of daily life compressed underground. Seeds reveal what people ate. Animal bones show diets. Parasites reveal disease. Lost objects tell accidental stories. Child drops a toy. A servant loses a spoon. A merchant accidentally spills coins. And centuries later, historians discover them buried in ancient waste. It feels strange, but some of the best evidence about ordinary medieval life comes directly from toilets. Because wealthy people recorded kings and battles. But cesspits recorded everyone. One remarkable discovery from medieval latrines involves diet differences between rich and poor. Waste analysis reveals wealthy households consumed more meat, spices, imported fruits, and refined foods. Poorer communities relied heavily on grains, vegetables, and simple pottage. Even parasites differed depending on living conditions and sanitation access. The medieval toilet became a hidden map of social class. And class differences appeared clearly in architecture too. Poor urban families often shared privies with entire neighborhoods. A single cesspit might serve multiple households crowded together. Cleaning responsibilities caused arguments constantly. Who emptied it? Who paid workers? Who caused overflows? Legal disputes over sanitation appear repeatedly in surviving medieval court records. Neighbors accused each other of dumping waste illegally. Property owners complained about foul smells crossing boundaries. City officials fined residents for blocked drains. Human beings have argued about sanitation for centuries. Meanwhile, monasteries continued developing some of Europe's most organized toilet systems. Certain large abbeys built long stone latrine blocks above flowing streams. Rows of seats lined communal chambers where monks sat beside one another quietly during daily routines. Imagine the sound inside such a place. Flowing water beneath stone, soft movement of robes, cold air drifting through narrow windows, distant church bells echoing across courtyards. Monastic schedules regulated nearly every aspect of life, including sanitation and washing. Rules attempted maintaining order because crowded religious communities faced the same health dangers as cities. Some monasteries even separated sick monks into special infirmary areas with dedicated latrines. Again, medieval people observed practical connections between cleanliness and illness, even without modern science. Yet disease remained everywhere. Dysentery, intestinal parasites, and waterborne illnesses spread constantly through contaminated food and water supplies. Children suffered especially badly. In crowded urban districts, repeated exposure to sewage weakened populations continuously. Then came plague outbreaks. When the Black Death devastated Europe during the mid-1300s, sanitation problems intensified terror dramatically. Streets filled with fear as sickness spread rapidly through towns and villages. People searched desperately for explanations. Some blamed foul air. Others blamed sin. Still others blamed foreigners, minorities, or poisoned wells. Nobody fully understood bacteria carried by fleas and rats. But the visible filth surrounding medieval cities made it easy to believe bad smells themselves caused death. And honestly, from their perspective, the connection seemed logical. Where waste gathered, sickness often followed. During plague years, some cities attempted stricter cleaning measures. Authorities removed refuse more aggressively. Fires burned aromatic woods and herbs to purify air. Certain public gatherings decreased temporarily. But sanitation infrastructure remained fundamentally limited. And underneath it all, medieval life continued. Babies were born. Markets reopened. Church bells rang again. People adapted because humanity always adapts. Tonight, rain drips from wooden rooftops onto muddy streets while exhausted travelers settle inside crowded inns. Somewhere in the darkness behind those buildings, a freezing privy creaks in the wind. And beneath the earth below sleeping towns, centuries of hidden history continue collecting silently one layer at a time. Not every medieval toilet was hidden in darkness. Some sat surprisingly close to places of great beauty. Imagine walking through a wealthy monastery in medieval France around the early 1400s. Sunlight pours softly through colored glass windows. Monks move silently beneath stone arches. The smell of candle wax and old books hangs in cool hallways. Then, beyond the peaceful cloister garden, near a running stream, stands the latrine block. Long wooden benches line the room side by side. Openings cut into the seats face downward toward flowing water beneath the structure. There are no private stalls. No doors between users. Only a shared daily reality accepted calmly as part of communal life. To modern people, this feels uncomfortable to imagine. But medieval society lived much closer together physically than many people do today. Privacy itself worked differently. A peasant family might sleep 6 or 7 people inside a single room. Servants shared crowded quarters. Travelers slept shoulder to shoulder inside inns. Monks prayed, ate, and worked collectively. Being alone was rare. And so communal toilets did not always carry the same embarrassment modern cultures attached to them. Still, smell remained a constant enemy. Monasteries fought it carefully. Many religious communities understood that flowing water reduced filth and odor significantly. Some abbeys positioned toilets directly above streams for continuous drainage. Others built channels carrying waste away from living areas. A few monasteries became surprisingly advanced in engineering. At certain sites in England and Germany, archaeologists uncovered carefully planned drainage systems beneath stone floors. Medieval builders studied slopes, water movement, and waste flow with practical intelligence developed through experience. These systems were not modern sanitation, but they were not primitive foolishness either. They represented centuries of adaptation. Now imagine another scene far from monastery walls. A crowded medieval marketplace near sunset. Merchants shout final prices while workers drag carts through muddy streets. Fishmongers wash tables with buckets of dirty water. Chickens flutter beneath benches searching for crumbs. And somewhere nearby stands a public privy used all day by strangers. Public toilets in medieval towns varied enormously. Some were simple wooden structures over pits. Others connected directly to rivers or drainage ditches. Busy market districts needed them because large crowds gathered daily. But maintenance remained difficult. Many became filthy quickly. Records from urban authorities complain repeatedly about blocked public latrines, foul smells, and careless citizens refusing to use designated areas properly. Human behavior has changed less across centuries than people sometimes imagine. Even in medieval times, city officials posted rules nobody wanted to follow. One especially famous medieval public toilet arrangement existed on bridges. Certain large bridges lined with houses and shops included latrines emptying directly into rivers below. London Bridge became known for this practice. Waste simply dropped through openings into flowing water beneath the structure. Imagine crossing that bridge during summer heat. Crowds pushing beside you. Animals moving noisily through traffic. River smell rising upward. And beneath wooden floors, sewage falling constantly into dark water. The medieval urban world felt intensely alive in every sensory way. Not only visually, but through sound, texture, temperature, and smell. And smell carried powerful social meaning. Bad odors often became associated with poverty, disease, hard labor, and moral failure. Wealthier people used perfumes and herbs partly to signal status and refinement. Sweet-smelling rooms suggested cleanliness and control. Foul smells suggested danger. This belief influenced medicine too. Doctors during the Middle Ages sometimes carried scented objects while visiting sick patients. During epidemics, people burned rosemary, juniper, or incense believing pleasant smoke purified unhealthy air. Some wore pomanders, small containers filled with fragrant substances held near the nose. Modern science proved their understanding incomplete, but their instincts reflected daily observation. Places filled with rot and sewage often genuinely did spread illness. And illness connected deeply with medieval toilets. Dysentery outbreaks terrified communities because contaminated water spread disease rapidly. Chronic stomach illness affected many populations continuously. Parasites thrived where sanitation failed. Imagine being a medieval parent watching a child grow weak from diarrhea caused by unsafe water. There were few effective treatments, no antibiotics, no modern sewage systems, only herbs, prayers, basic remedies, and hope. Meanwhile, elite households attempted creating more comfortable toilet experiences. Some noblewomen used upholstered close stools indoors. Rich fabrics sometimes covered toilet chairs. Decorative screens provided partial privacy. Servants brought warm water for washing afterward. Yet beneath all the elegance sat the same chamber pots emptied by human hands. Even the wealthiest medieval lives depended on servants carrying away waste bucket by bucket. This invisible labor shaped entire households. And sometimes servants themselves became victims of terrible accidents. There are records of cleaners falling into cesspits while working at night. Others became trapped by collapsing wooden covers. Toxic gases from decomposition occasionally killed workers descending into enclosed pits. The work demanded courage as much as endurance. One can almost picture the scene. A lantern swinging in darkness, rope creaking softly, cold night air above, and below, a laborer climbing into a pit no one else wishes to approach. History often remembers kings and battles. But cities survived because ordinary people performed tasks others refused to do. And the deeper historians study medieval sanitation, the more complex the world becomes. For example, many medieval towns actively tried improving cleanliness. Officials hired street sweepers. Residents faced fines for dumping waste illegally. Certain districts developed drainage regulations. Wells were protected carefully when possible. Not every medieval street looked like endless filth. Conditions varied enormously depending on wealth, geography, government, season, and population density. Some towns maintained better sanitation than others. Some monasteries became impressively organized. Some castles built advanced drainage systems for the time. Yet no place fully escaped the basic realities of pre-modern life. Waste always returned. Every day. Every season, every generation. And perhaps that constant struggle explains why medieval people spoke so often about purity, washing, cleansing, and corruption in both religious and everyday language. The physical world around them reinforced such ideas constantly. Tonight, moonlight reflects softly across monastery stone while cold water continues flowing beneath communal latrine benches. Somewhere beyond the abbey walls, market workers close wooden shutters against the night air. And hidden beneath the sleeping streets, the ancient rivers of the medieval world carry far more than water through the darkness. Women in medieval life faced toilet problems very differently from men. Not because their bodies were less understood, but because privacy, clothing, safety, and social expectations shaped nearly every part of their daily routines. Imagine a woman living in medieval York during the 1300s. She wakes before sunrise inside a crowded timber house where children still sleep beside the dying warmth of last night's fire. Outside, the streets remain dark and muddy. And before the day even properly begins, she must already think about something simple but difficult. Where can she relieve herself safely? For poor women, especially in crowded towns, privacy could be hard to find. Outdoor privies were often shared by multiple households. Some sat far behind homes in isolated corners. At night, walking alone through dark alleys carried genuine danger. Crime existed in medieval cities just as it does today. So chamber pots became especially important for women after sunset. Historical evidence suggests many women preferred indoor pots whenever possible, particularly during winter or pregnancy. Carrying layers of medieval clothing outside in rain, darkness, or snow was uncomfortable and sometimes unsafe. And medieval clothing itself complicated toilet use enormously. Imagine long wool dresses, underskirts, belts, laces, cloaks, and heavy fabric gathered awkwardly inside a narrow privy stall during freezing weather. Wealthy women wearing elaborate layered garments often needed assistance from servants simply to manage clothing properly. Even queens faced these practical struggles. Royal households traveled with servants responsible for arranging private toilet spaces wherever noblewomen stayed. Portable close stools appeared frequently in aristocratic settings because noble ladies valued privacy deeply. Some were beautifully decorated, carved wood, cushioned seats, fine fabrics. Yet beneath the decoration sat removable pots cleaned by servants afterward. Human reality remained unchanged beneath luxury. And pregnancy made everything harder. Medieval women often experienced multiple pregnancies throughout adult life. There was little modern medical support, limited contraception, and high infant mortality. Pregnant women needed toilets more frequently, especially during later months, but medieval sanitation systems rarely considered comfort. Imagine climbing cold stone stairs inside a castle while heavily pregnant during winter, or crossing muddy courtyards at midnight toward a freezing outdoor privy. Many women relied heavily on chamber pots for this reason alone. Childbirth itself also created enormous sanitation challenges. After giving birth, women required washing, clean cloths, and disposal of bodily waste under conditions modern hospitals would consider extremely dangerous. Midwives and female relatives handled much of this intimate care. Again, medieval society lived much closer to bodily realities than modern cultures often do. Women learned practical knowledge about washing cloths, managing illness, cleaning chamber pots, and caring for children from other women around them. Much of this knowledge rarely entered official written history because male scribes and chroniclers focused elsewhere. Yet without women managing household sanitation daily, medieval family life would have collapsed quickly. And household cleanliness mattered deeply to reputation. A well-kept home reflected discipline, morality, and competence. Women often carried responsibility for maintaining indoor order despite extremely difficult conditions. Floors required sweeping. Linen needed washing. Chamber pots required emptying. Children needed cleaning. Water had to be heated and carried manually. The labor never truly ended. Meanwhile, wealthy noblewomen developed certain strategies for comfort and modesty. Some private chambers included enclosed garderobes hidden behind curtains or doors. Ladies-in-waiting assisted queens and noblewomen with personal routines. Perfumed herbs hung in rooms to reduce odors. Fine cloths replaced rougher wiping materials used by poorer classes. But even among elites, embarrassment still surrounded bodily functions. Courtly behavior emphasized elegance and restraint. Noble literature praised refined manners. Strong smells or visible dirt threatened social dignity. And yet no one could fully escape medieval sanitation realities. Not even inside royal palaces. One fascinating historical detail involves castles built with double garderobes, where multiple toilet seats sat side by side inside noble quarters. Families or attendants sometimes used them together despite high social status. Modern assumptions about constant privacy simply did not exist in the same way. People adapted to shared living from childhood onward. Still, fear remained part of nighttime toilet routines for many women. Imagine medieval streets after dark. No electric lights. No police patrols in modern forms. Only occasional lanterns, moonlight, and shadows between buildings. Dogs bark somewhere in the distance. Drunken voices drift from taverns. Rainwater trickles through narrow alleys carrying waste downhill. For women especially, venturing alone outdoors carried risks of harassment, theft, or violence. So the chamber pot beside the bed became more than convenience. It became security. And chamber pots themselves sometimes reveal fascinating clues about women's lives. Archaeologists uncover cosmetic containers, jewelry pieces, sewing needles, and textile fragments inside medieval cesspits connected to female household spaces. Lost objects slipped accidentally into waste pits and remained buried for centuries. In some cases, preserved fabrics show evidence of menstrual cloths washed and reused repeatedly. This is another part of medieval sanitation rarely discussed openly. Women managed menstruation using cloth rags, absorbent materials, and practical household methods passed through generations. There were no disposable products, modern medicines, or private bathrooms. Everything required labor, washing, drying, reusing. And because laundry demanded enormous effort, cleanliness became a constant balancing act between ideal standards and physical possibility. Riverbanks often served as washing places where women scrubbed linen manually for hours. Imagine cold hands submerged in icy water while beating heavy cloth against stones, all to maintain basic household hygiene. Now picture urban laundresses working near polluted rivers downstream from crowded cities. The same waterways receiving sewage also cleaned clothing. Medieval life constantly mixed cleanliness and contamination together in uncomfortable ways. Religious beliefs influenced this too. Christian teachings often connected physical purity with spiritual ideas. Monasteries established washing rituals. Certain saints became associated with healing disease. Clean white linen symbolized moral virtue in many medieval writings. At the same time, extreme bathing occasionally drew suspicion in certain religious circles if associated with vanity or sinful behavior. The medieval relationship with the body was complicated. Bodies were sacred creations of God. Bodies were also sources of temptation, disease, weakness, and decay. And nowhere did these contradictions appear more clearly than around toilets and sanitation. Tonight, somewhere inside a narrow medieval house, a mother quietly empties a chamber pot before dawn while children still sleep nearby beneath wool blankets. Beyond the walls, cold rain falls across silent streets leading toward crowded privies and overflowing drains. And beneath the ancient cities of Europe, centuries of hidden human routines continue sinking slowly into the earth below. Children in medieval life grew up around toilets, waste, and bad smells from the moment they could walk. There was no separate protected world of sanitized childhood the way many modern societies imagine today. Medieval children saw animals slaughtered, watched people die at home, carried water, cleaned floors, and learned household survival very early. And that included learning where to relieve themselves. Imagine a small child waking before sunrise in a medieval village somewhere in England. Smoke from the hearth still hangs low inside the house. Parents and siblings sleep together nearby under rough wool blankets. In one corner sits the chamber pot used during the night. The child grows up understanding immediately that bodily functions are simply part of ordinary existence. There are no colorful bathrooms, no scented soaps, no flushing toilets humming quietly behind closed doors. Only daily routines repeated generation after generation. Young children often used small pots indoors before learning outdoor habits. In crowded towns, mothers needed practical solutions because walking children repeatedly through dangerous streets or freezing weather was difficult. Historical evidence suggests chamber pots existed in many sizes, including smaller versions likely intended for children. And accidents happened constantly. Medieval floors were rarely spotless. Straw and rushes sometimes covered indoor ground surfaces, especially in poorer homes. These floor coverings trapped crumbs, spilled ale, mud, animal dirt, and occasionally human waste too. Cleaning required endless labor. Mothers, daughters, servants, and apprentices swept rooms repeatedly using simple brooms and cloths. Fresh rushes replaced old ones periodically. Ashes from fires helped absorb smells and moisture. Still, crowded homes remained difficult to keep truly clean. And disease spread easily among children because of it. Intestinal illnesses were extremely common. Contaminated water and poor sanitation exposed children to parasites and infections from early ages. Many never survived to adulthood. Modern historians sometimes estimate that a shocking percentage of medieval children died young from disease, malnutrition, or infection before reaching maturity. To medieval families, sickness became tragically familiar. Imagine a mother caring for several children inside a tiny urban house during summer heat. One child suffers diarrhea from contaminated water. Another coughs from smoke inhalation and damp air. Chamber pots need emptying while flies gather near food preparation areas. Daily survival demanded constant attention. And yet medieval parents still loved their children deeply. Old letters, religious writings, and burial records show grief that feels painfully recognizable across centuries. Parents worried about illness constantly because they knew how fragile childhood could be. Some medieval religious images even depict mothers praying desperately for sick children to recover. Sanitation sat quietly behind much of this fear. Now imagine growing up inside a monastery school. Young novices learned discipline early. They followed strict schedules for prayer, meals, washing, and toilet use. Monastic communities valued order because chaos threatened both spiritual life and physical health. Communal latrines taught children quickly that privacy was limited in medieval society. A row of wooden seats above flowing water became ordinary scenery. Cold stone floors, echoing chambers, the constant sound of moving water beneath. And because monasteries often housed many people together, maintaining functioning sanitation systems mattered enormously. Some abbeys even assigned responsibilities for cleaning latrines and drainage areas. Such tasks reinforced humility and obedience within religious life. No labor stood completely beneath spiritual duty. Meanwhile, noble children experienced different toilet arrangements but similar realities. Young princes and princesses used chamber pots attended by servants or nurses. Wealthy households provided cleaner linens, warmer rooms, and greater privacy. Yet even royal children faced lice, stomach illness, parasites, and primitive sanitation by modern standards. One can almost picture a castle nursery during winter. Firelight flickering against stone walls. A nursemaid warming cloth near the hearth. Children sleeping beneath embroidered blankets. And beside the bed, a covered chamber pot waiting for nighttime use. Outside, freezing wind moves through dark castle corridors toward distant garderobes built into the walls. The medieval world constantly balanced comfort against harshness. And toilet training itself reflected medieval practicality. Children learned early not to waste valuable resources like clean cloth or heated water. They also learned basic manners regarding shared living spaces. Certain medieval etiquette texts instructed young people not to spit, urinate, or relieve themselves carelessly indoors or near public areas. Again, such rules existed because people genuinely needed reminders. Crowded conditions magnified every bad habit. Animals complicated things further. Dogs roamed freely through homes and streets. Chickens wandered courtyards. Pigs searched alleys for scraps. Animal waste mixed continuously with human activity. A child playing outside in medieval Paris or London encountered mud filled with countless hidden dangers modern sanitation systems now remove automatically. Cuts became infected easily. Dirty water spread disease. Flies moved between waste and food constantly. Yet children adapted astonishingly well. Human beings normalize environments from birth. Medieval children probably noticed smells far less than modern visitors would because those smells formed the background of ordinary life. Just as fish scarcely notice water. And despite everything, children still played. They chased hoops through muddy streets, threw stones into rivers, ran between market stalls, laughed at crude jokes involving bodily functions, just as children often do today. Some medieval school texts even contain humorous references to farting and toilet accidents because young students found them entertaining centuries ago too. Human nature changes very little. One particularly strange historical detail involves medieval beliefs about illness and digestion. Doctors often examined urine carefully to diagnose disease. Glass flasks filled with urine became common symbols of medicine in medieval art. Physicians studied color, smell, and appearance, believing bodily fluids revealed internal imbalance. This practice, called uroscopy, remained widespread for centuries. So bodily waste was not always hidden entirely from public discussion. In medicine, it became valuable evidence. And because toilets connected directly with health, sanitation slowly gained more attention in growing cities over time. Urban governments attempted regulating drainage. Monasteries refined water systems. Castles improved garderobe construction. Progress happened unevenly and slowly, but people continuously searched for better solutions. They had to. Too many lives depended on it. Tonight, somewhere inside a medieval village house, a tired mother wipes mud from a child's feet beside the hearth while wind rattles wooden shutters outside. Nearby, a small chamber pot waits quietly in the shadows before another cold night begins. And beneath the ancient streets beyond the village walls, centuries of forgotten childhoods remain buried silently in the hidden layers below. The smell inside some medieval cities became worse during summer festivals. First, that sounds strange. Festivals should have brought music, dancing, markets, and celebration. And they did. But they also brought enormous crowds into places already struggling with sanitation. Imagine arriving in medieval London during a major religious feast day sometime in the late 1300s. Church bells ring across the city from before sunrise. Traders arrive with carts loaded full of cloth, bread, fish, spices, and animals. Pilgrims crowd narrow roads leading toward churches and shrines. Street performers shout over noisy taverns while smoke drifts upward from cooking fires. Thousands of extra people pour into streets designed for far fewer. And every single one of them still needs somewhere to go to the toilet. Public privies overflow quickly during such gatherings. Temporary pits may be dug near fairgrounds or markets, but cleaning them becomes difficult. Waste accumulates faster than workers can remove it. Rivers darken with runoff. Flies gather everywhere food is sold. By afternoon, the smell hangs over crowded streets like a heavy blanket. Still, people continue celebrating. Because medieval festivals offered rare moments of excitement in lives often shaped by hard labor and strict routines. Ordinary workers might spend months looking forward to these gatherings despite discomfort, danger, or filth. Human beings tolerate much when joy feels scarce. And medieval entertainment often involved enormous eating and drinking. Ale flowed constantly, wine for the wealthy, cheap beer for laborers. Large meals meant crowded privies later. Taverns especially developed terrible reputations for sanitation. Imagine packed drinking rooms filled with smoke, spilled ale, muddy boots, and exhausted travelers sleeping wherever space exists. Outdoor privies behind taverns served hundreds of customers with little maintenance. Some became nearly unusable. Historical complaints describe tavern yards flooded with foul-smelling waste during rainy weather. Owners sometimes ignored cleaning entirely until authorities intervened. And authorities did intervene surprisingly often. City governments across medieval Europe repeatedly passed sanitation laws trying to control urban filth. In Paris, residents could face punishment for dumping waste into streets improperly. In parts of England, officials ordered householders to maintain drains and cesspits carefully. But enforcement remained inconsistent. Wealthy citizens sometimes avoided penalties. Poorer districts lacked resources. And during periods of rapid population growth, infrastructure simply could not keep pace. One medieval problem came from simple geography. Many towns developed beside rivers because water supported trade and survival. But rivers also became convenient places to dump waste. Over time, downstream water quality worsened dramatically. Imagine washing clothes in river water that also carries sewage from upstream neighborhoods. Or drawing drinking water from wells contaminated by nearby cesspits. These were ordinary risks for medieval populations. And the poor suffered worst. Wealthier households could sometimes access cleaner wells, private courtyards, or servants handling unpleasant tasks. Poor families crowded together near polluted districts where disease spread fastest. Some urban neighborhoods became infamous for smell alone. Travelers wrote descriptions comparing certain streets to open sewers. Butchers' districts smelled of blood and animal remains. Tanneries processing leather produced chemical odors so strong many cities forced them toward outer edges. Add human sewage to all of this, and medieval urban air became incredibly intense. Yet surprisingly, some people believed certain bad smells actually protected health. This sounds odd today, but medieval medicine mixed observation, ancient tradition, and religious belief together in complicated ways. While many feared foul air, others thought sudden exposure to cold clean air could also harm the body if someone was overheated or sick. Medical understanding developed slowly through centuries of limited knowledge. Doctors relied heavily on ancient authorities like Galen and Hippocrates. They believed bodily balance mattered deeply. Digestion, waste, blood, and diet all connected together in theories about health. And toilets naturally became part of medical thinking. Doctors sometimes asked patients detailed questions about bowel movements or urine appearance. Chamber pots themselves occasionally became medical tools. Physicians inspected their contents carefully, searching for signs of illness. Imagine a medieval doctor visiting a wealthy household. A servant presents a chamber pot near candlelight. The physician studies color and smell thoughtfully while discussing the patient's fever. It feels uncomfortable now, but for centuries this represented serious medical practice. Meanwhile, ordinary people developed home remedies for digestive problems constantly caused by contaminated food and water. Herbal mixtures, warm ale treatments, honey preparations, prayers to saints associated with healing. Because stomach illness touched nearly every medieval life sooner or later. And when illness struck crowded households, toilet problems intensified rapidly. Imagine several sick family members sharing one small chamber pot inside a poorly ventilated room during winter. Fires burn low to conserve wood. Windows stay mostly closed against freezing winds. The smell becomes suffocating. Yet leaving the room repeatedly in snow or darkness could feel impossible. These conditions partly explain why epidemics spread so easily. Now picture life inside a wealthy castle during one of these outbreaks. Servants hurry constantly carrying linens, water, and waste buckets through narrow hallways. Latrines overflow from increased use by sick residents. Fear spreads quietly through the household. Even nobles understood that disease ignored social rank. Kings died from illness. Queens died during childbirth. Princes suffered intestinal infections. No amount of wealth fully escaped medieval sanitation limitations. And still, amid all this discomfort, people continued building magnificent cathedrals, composing music, writing poetry, trading across continents, and creating entire civilizations. History becomes more fascinating when remembered this way. Not as clean museum scenes, but as real human lives full of noise, smell, fear, humor, labor, and survival. Tonight, somewhere beyond crowded medieval streets, festival music fades slowly into darkness while exhausted workers empty overflowing privies by lantern light. Rainwater trickles through city drains carrying scraps, mud, and sewage toward distant rivers. And beneath the sleeping town, hidden below layers of stone and timber, the forgotten remains of countless ordinary days continue settling quietly into the earth. In medieval castles, the most dangerous toilet was sometimes the one hanging high above the ground. Many garderobes were built directly into outer walls, projecting over cliffs, rivers, or deep castle foundations. From outside, these structures looked like small stone boxes attached to fortress walls. Inside, they offered nobles a little privacy, but below them waited open air. Imagine climbing a spiral staircase inside a castle in medieval Scotland during winter. Wind whistles faintly through narrow arrow slits in the stone. Torches flicker against damp walls while servants hurry silently through corridors carrying firewood and water. At the end of a narrow passage sits the garderobe chamber. You open a thick wooden door. Inside is a simple stone seat over darkness dropping far below the castle wall. Cold air rises upward constantly from the shaft beneath. Some medieval writers complained bitterly about this freezing draft. During harsh winters, using castle toilets could become deeply uncomfortable. Yet nobles preferred this arrangement because gravity helped remove waste from living spaces. And sometimes those openings became military weak points. There are historical stories, some perhaps exaggerated over time, about attackers entering castles through garderobe shafts. One famous tale connected to siege of Chateau Gallard describes soldiers possibly using latrine exits during infiltration attempts. Whether every version is fully accurate or not, the fact people considered such possibilities reveals how large some shafts could be. Castles were not fairy tale palaces. They were defensive machines designed around survival. And survival included managing waste. Now imagine the daily rhythm inside one of these fortresses. Before dawn, servants rise first. Fires must be relit. Water carried. Floors swept. Chamber pots emptied from noble rooms before the household awakens. This labor happened quietly, almost invisibly. A noble family eating breakfast in a warm chamber rarely saw the full system operating beneath them. Yet dozens of workers maintained basic comfort constantly. One servant empties chamber pots. Another scrubs wooden seats. Another hauls water uphill from wells. Another scatters fresh rushes across damp floors. The castle depends on endless hidden work. And smell remained impossible to defeat completely. Many medieval castles contained kitchens, stables, workshops, sleeping quarters, chapels, and toilets all packed inside defensive walls. During rainy seasons especially, dampness trapped odors within stone corridors. Smoke from fireplaces mixed with human smell, animal smell, cooking smell, waste smell. Visitors entering castles likely noticed this immediately. Modern movies often present medieval fortresses as visually dirty but strangely odorless. Real castles were sensory environments filled with sounds, smoke, cold drafts, and constant smells. And even the richest nobles dealt with insects. Flies gathered near garderobes during summer. Fleas infested bedding. Mice and rats moved through walls and storage areas. Some castle records mention attempts to control vermin near food and latrine spaces. Cats became important partly for this reason. Imagine torchlight reflecting in a castle hallway late at night, while a cat slips silently past a garderobe door searching for rats near the kitchens below. The medieval world never truly slept. And toilets themselves occasionally became strange places of conversation. Certain nobles held informal discussions while using private garderobes or close stools. Trusted servants attended nearby. Political life in medieval courts operated through personal closeness more than modern bureaucratic distance. Kings rarely spent time alone. Even intimate routines happened within networks of service and power. One fascinating detail involves how castles positioned toilets strategically according to rank. Important chambers received more private garderobes nearby. Lesser servants relied on communal arrangements farther away. Architecture physically reflected social hierarchy. The closer your toilet stood to warmth and privacy, the higher your status usually was. Meanwhile, outside castle walls, ordinary villagers faced completely different conditions. Many rural homes had extremely basic privies. Sometimes nothing more than a wooden seat above a shallow pit. Others used nearby woods or fields regularly. In isolated villages with low populations, waste dispersed more naturally than inside crowded cities. Rural sanitation was unpleasant but often less concentrated. Cities trapped waste densely between buildings. Villages spread it across wider landscapes. Still, weather shaped everything. Heavy rain flooded pits. Summer heat intensified smell. Winter froze surfaces solid. Imagine a peasant farmer crossing icy ground before dawn toward a crude privy while snow falls quietly across fields. The wooden structure creaks in the wind. Breath hangs white in freezing air. Moments like this filled ordinary medieval life constantly. And despite hardship, people still cared deeply about comfort whenever possible. Historical households used herbs, flowers, and fresh straw to improve indoor spaces. Lavender and mint appeared often. Wealthier homes burned pleasant-smelling woods or incense. Even simple fresh air mattered enormously after long winters indoors. Spring must have felt almost miraculous after months of smoke, damp wool, and crowded living. Windows reopened. Clothing aired outside. Pits emptied more easily. People washed linens in rivers beneath warmer sunlight. For a little while, the world smelled cleaner again. But medieval cities always returned eventually to the same struggle. Too many people. Too little infrastructure. One particularly difficult problem involved nighttime waste disposal. Even when laws prohibited dumping chamber pots into streets, many residents still did it secretly after dark. Some tossed waste from upper-story windows directly below. Imagine walking through narrow medieval streets at night. No streetlights. Only moonlight and scattered lanterns. Water drips from roofs while distant footsteps echo between timber buildings. Then suddenly something splashes nearby from above. This risk became so common that city authorities repeatedly issued warnings and fines. And yet habits persisted because practical alternatives remained limited. Not everyone lived near functioning privies. Not everyone could afford cleaning services. So medieval urban life balanced constantly between order and collapse. And perhaps that is why surviving medieval writings sometimes sound strangely obsessed with control. Moral control, spiritual control, bodily control. Because the physical world around people often felt one heavy rainstorm away from chaos. Tonight, cold wind rises through stone garderobe shafts while servants move silently through castle corridors carrying covered chamber pots before sunrise. Beyond the fortress walls, muddy village paths lead toward crude privies standing alone beneath dark winter skies. And beneath both castle and village alike, the hidden layers of medieval life continue deepening slowly in silence. The rivers of medieval Europe carried secrets nobody wanted to think about too closely. From a distance they looked beautiful. Sunlight shimmered across moving water beside bridges and marketplaces. Boats drifted slowly beneath castle walls. Children played near riverbanks while washerwomen scrubbed linen against smooth stones. But upstream someone was emptying a chamber pot. Someone else dumped animal blood from a butcher shop. A tannery released chemicals used for leather making. And somewhere nearby, a latrine emptied directly into the current. Imagine standing beside the River Thames during the late Middle Ages. The river is the beating heart of London. Ships bring wine, wool, timber, spices, and fish from distant regions. Merchants crowd the docks shouting prices over gulls and creaking ropes. Yet the same water also receives waste from thousands of residents every day. And many people still depend on it. Some draw water directly from the river. Others rely on wells that can become contaminated through underground seepage from cesspits nearby. During dry seasons, pollution grows worse because slower water carries waste less effectively away. People notice the smell immediately. Medieval writers sometimes described rivers near large cities as foul or unhealthy. Complaints appear repeatedly in legal records where citizens accuse neighbors or businesses of polluting shared water sources. Because everyone understood one simple truth. Bad water could kill. They did not know about bacteria. But they knew sickness followed contamination. Now imagine washerwomen working along riverbanks before sunrise. This was exhausting labor mostly performed by women or poor servants. Heavy linen had to be soaked, beaten, scrubbed, rinsed, wrung out, and dried manually. In winter, icy water numbed hands painfully within minutes. And often, the same rivers used for washing also carried sewage nearby. Sounds unbearable now. Yet medieval people adapted because they had little choice. Clean water remained one of the most valuable resources in any settlement. Some monasteries and castles built protected wells or cistern systems carefully separated from waste areas whenever possible. Wealthier households sometimes paid for water carriers who delivered cleaner supplies from safer sources. But crowded cities struggled constantly. One overflowing cesspit too close to a well could poison entire households. And then there were bridges. Medieval bridges were not always empty crossings like modern ones. Large bridges often contained shops, homes, chapels, storage rooms, and public latrines all crowded together above moving water. London Bridge became especially famous for this. Imagine walking across it during the 1400s. Wooden buildings lean overhead on both sides. Shopkeepers call to passing crowds. Smoke rises from cooking fires. Horses push through narrow lanes while merchants carry baskets between stalls. And beneath certain sections of the bridge, human waste drops directly into the river below. The sound alone must have been unforgettable. Water moving beneath wooden beams. Crowds shouting. Animals stomping. River smell rising upward mixed with sewage and fish. The medieval city never truly separated beauty from filth. Both existed together constantly. One especially strange detail involves fish. Despite polluted rivers, medieval people still caught and ate fish from waterways near cities. Fish formed an important part of the diet, especially during religious fasting periods when meat consumption decreased. So imagine fishermen lowering nets into rivers carrying urban waste. Again, modern people instinctively recoil from this. But medieval populations worked within the environmental realities available to them. And rivers themselves became symbolic spaces in religious imagination too. Water represented cleansing, rebirth, and purification in Christianity. Baptism depended on it spiritually. Pilgrims crossed rivers on sacred journeys. Monasteries built near streams partly because flowing water supported both practical sanitation and symbolic purity. This created a strange contradiction. The same river might carry sewage downstream while also serving holy rituals nearby. Human civilization often works this way, mixing sacred ideals with uncomfortable realities. Now picture a rainy season in medieval Paris. Stormwater rushes through crowded streets carrying mud, manure, garbage, and sewage toward the river. Drains overflow quickly. Cellars flood. Cesspits leak into surrounding ground. The smell spreads everywhere. Travelers arriving after storms sometimes describe cities as almost impossible to cross cleanly. Long robes dragged through mud. Wooden shoes sank into soft ground. Horses splashed dirty water across pedestrians. And beneath all this movement lay constant fear of illness. Because once stomach disease entered crowded neighborhoods, it spread rapidly. Children weakened first, then elderly residents, then anyone already exhausted from hunger or labor. Medieval doctors recommended many remedies for digestive sickness: herbal infusions, special diets, bloodletting in some cases, prayer and religious processions. But without modern sanitation infrastructure, outbreaks returned repeatedly. One medieval solution involved moving waste physically farther away from populated areas. Gong farmers carried sewage outside city limits whenever possible. Some waste was dumped into fields where it could function as fertilizer. Human waste had agricultural value despite its dangers. This practice existed in many societies throughout history. Farmers understood that decomposed waste enriched soil, but transporting it safely remained difficult. Imagine night carts creaking slowly through dark city gates carrying barrels of sewage toward distant dumping grounds while most citizens sleep. The medieval world depended on such invisible systems constantly, and the workers performing them rarely appear in grand historical paintings. No artist celebrates the man cleaning cesspits by lantern light. Yet without him cities failed. Another curious detail involves smell itself. Modern people often assume medieval populations became completely used to terrible odors. That is partly true, but not entirely. Historical records show people complained about bad smells constantly. Authorities investigated foul drains. Neighbors argued over overflowing pits. Monks criticized dirty habits. Nobles used perfumes aggressively. So medieval people absolutely noticed stench. They simply lacked the technology to remove it completely. Tonight, moonlight reflects softly across polluted medieval rivers while washerwomen gather dried linen before evening dampness returns. Somewhere above the water, a crowded bridge creaks beneath the weight of homes, shops, travelers, and hidden latrines. And beneath the flowing current, centuries of forgotten waste continue drifting slowly toward the sea. By the late Middle Ages, some medieval cities had become so crowded that people started building toilets almost on top of one another. Imagine standing in a narrow alleyway in medieval Paris, sometime around the 1400s. Tall timber houses lean dangerously inward above your head. Laundry hangs between upper windows. Rainwater drips steadily from crooked rooftops into the muddy street below. And somewhere behind nearly every wall sits a cesspit slowly filling underground. These pits created a strange hidden world beneath medieval cities. Second city. Dark, wet, rotting. Invisible to most people above. As urban populations grew, household waste accumulated faster than older systems could manage. Families shared privies. Neighbors argued about drainage. New buildings rose beside ancient pits already leaking into the soil. Sometimes entire districts developed underground contamination problems lasting generations. And the smell became trapped between buildings. Modern cities usually allow air circulation through wide roads and open planning. Medieval streets often remained narrow and crowded. Smoke, odors, and moisture lingered heavily in the air. Imagine summer heat pressing down over tightly packed houses while thousands of chamber pots are emptied daily into pits or drains nearby. People burned herbs and incense not merely for luxury, but because they desperately wanted relief. One especially difficult problem involved landlords. Some property owners ignored sanitation maintenance entirely while renting crowded rooms to poor tenants. Cesspits overflowed. Privies collapsed. Drainage systems broke apart. Yet desperate families still rented these spaces because cities offered work opportunities unavailable in villages. This sounds surprisingly modern in some ways. Urban overcrowding has repeated throughout history whenever populations grow faster than infrastructure, and medieval authorities struggled constantly to respond. In London, officials inspected drains and waste disposal areas periodically. Court records show repeated legal complaints regarding blocked sewers, overflowing latrines, and dangerous pollution. People accused neighbors of dumping waste illegally. Businesses were fined for contaminating water. Citizens petitioned authorities about unbearable smells. Human beings have always argued about sanitation. Meanwhile, wealthier homes tried separating toilet spaces more carefully from kitchens and sleeping chambers. Larger urban houses sometimes contained private courtyards with enclosed privies hidden away from public view. Still, even rich districts could smell terrible under certain conditions. Rainstorms especially caused chaos. Imagine sudden heavy rain pounding across medieval rooftops. Gutters overflow immediately. Mud rushes downhill through crowded lanes carrying manure, food scraps, ash, and sewage together in thick streams. Within minutes, streets become rivers of filth. And because many roads remained unpaved, deep mud trapped everything. Travelers described horses sinking nearly to their knees in some urban roads during wet seasons. Pedestrians lifted long garments, desperately trying to avoid the worst puddles. But avoiding all contamination was impossible. Now picture daily life inside one crowded urban household. Perhaps 2 parents, several children, an apprentice worker, and maybe even animals all share limited space together. The family cooks, sleeps, eats, washes, and stores belongings within only a few rooms. Privacy barely exists. The chamber pot sits nearby through the night because outdoor privies feel unsafe or inconvenient after dark. In the morning, someone carries it outside through busy streets already full of noise and smell. This routine repeats endlessly, day after day, year after year. And despite hardship, people still decorated homes beautifully whenever possible. That is one of the most fascinating truths about history. Even surrounded by filth and difficulty, medieval people still cared deeply about beauty. Flowers in windows, painted furniture, colorful fabrics, religious carvings, music during festivals. Human beings seek comfort everywhere. One medieval custom involved scattering fresh rushes or herbs across floors. Wealthier households sometimes mixed lavender, mint, or sweet-smelling plants into these coverings to improve indoor air. Of course, beneath fresh layers often remained older dirt and trapped moisture. Still, the effort mattered psychologically. A sweet-smelling room felt civilized. A foul-smelling room suggested disorder and neglect. And smell influenced social class strongly. Poor districts gained reputations for stench, while noble areas attempted cleaner appearances. Travelers judged cities partly by odor. Chroniclers described foul neighborhoods almost as moral warnings. Certain trades became associated permanently with terrible smells too. Tanners processing animal hides. Dyers using chemicals. Butchers handling blood and remains. And of course, gong farmers cleaning cesspits. These workers usually lived socially isolated lives because other citizens viewed them as polluted by their labor. Yet ironically, society depended on them completely. Imagine finishing a night shift inside sewage pits before dawn. Your clothing reeks. Your hands ache from hauling waste. People avoid standing near you in daylight markets. But without your labor, the city would drown in its own filth. History often hides the people doing civilization's hardest work. Another overlooked reality involved noise. Medieval sanitation was loud. Buckets scraping stone, privy doors creaking, waste carts rattling through streets before sunrise, water channels flowing beneath monastery latrines, animals rooting through garbage piles. The medieval city constantly moved and sounded alive. Even toilets themselves produced noise modern plumbing quietly conceals today. And because buildings stood so close together, neighbors overheard nearly everything. Arguments, babies crying, people coughing at night, chamber pots being emptied outside. True silence was rare in crowded towns. Now imagine disease spreading through such conditions. One contaminated well affects multiple households. One overflowing cesspit leaks into surrounding soil. One rainy season floods entire neighborhoods with sewage. Medieval cities survived through constant improvisation against these dangers. Some communities improved gradually. Stone drains replaced older ditches. Public cleaning increased. Certain districts enforced stricter regulations. But progress happened unevenly and slowly across centuries. And beneath it all remained the same human body with the same daily needs. Kings needed toilets. Priests needed toilets. Merchants, soldiers, bakers, monks, fishermen, servants, mothers, children. Everyone contributed silently to the hidden rivers beneath medieval civilization. Tonight, somewhere inside a crowded city house, a servant spreads fresh herbs across the floor hoping to soften the smell trapped indoors after summer rain. Outside, narrow streets glisten beneath moonlight while distant carts carry sewage slowly toward the city gates. And below the ancient foundations, the underground world of pits, drains, and forgotten waste continues expanding quietly in darkness. At night, medieval toilets became places of fear, not only because of the smell or darkness, but because people genuinely believed dangerous things moved through the world after sunset. Imagine stepping outside a small village house in medieval England around midnight. The fire inside has nearly burned out. Everyone else sleeps beneath rough blankets while cold wind presses softly against the wooden walls. You carry a tiny candle lantern toward the outdoor privy standing beyond the garden fence. And once the door closes behind you, the night suddenly feels much larger. No electric lights glow in the distance. No passing cars. Only darkness stretching across fields and trees. Medieval people lived close to superstition because the world around them often felt unpredictable and dangerous. Wolves still existed in some regions. Bandits traveled roads. Disease arrived suddenly without explanation. Storms destroyed crops. Children died from fever overnight. And so many believed unseen spiritual forces moved through darkness too. Ghost stories surrounded lonely places, crossroads, churchyards, ruins, and sometimes privies. It may sound strange now, but medieval folklore occasionally connected latrines and waste places with demons, bad luck, or supernatural danger. Filthy spaces symbolized corruption and decay. Some people feared evil spirits lingered where dirt and foul smells gathered. Children especially heard frightening stories about nighttime wandering. So imagine sitting alone inside a freezing wooden privy hearing wind scrape branches against the roof while distant dogs bark somewhere beyond the village. Even adults sometimes hurried. And fear had practical reasons too. Outdoor toilets isolated people from household safety. Women worried about assault. Travelers feared thieves. Drunken men leaving taverns after dark occasionally fell into ditches, pits, or rivers while searching for privies. Accidents happened constantly in poorly lit environments. One missed step near a cesspit could become fatal. In crowded cities, nighttime sanitation created different fears. Imagine walking through narrow alleys in medieval Paris after curfew. Rainwater drips from rooftops while waste flows slowly along shallow gutters beside the road. Most windows remain dark except for occasional candlelight flickering through shutters. Then suddenly a nearby window opens above. People instinctively move aside because chamber pots might be emptied without warning. Authorities tried controlling this behavior repeatedly, But nighttime dumping remained common because carrying waste safely through crowded streets required effort many residents avoided. And city nights smelled different from daytime. During daylight, smoke, cooking fires, markets, and movement mixed odors constantly. At night, cooler air sometimes trapped sewage smells heavily near the ground. Quiet streets made unpleasant sounds more noticeable too. Dripping drains, sloshing buckets, carts carrying waste. The medieval city breathed differently after dark. Meanwhile, castles developed their own nighttime routines. Servants moved silently through corridors, emptying chamber pots before dawn. Torches cast long shadows against stone walls while guards patrolled battlements above sleeping households. Some castle garderobes became terrifying at night. Imagine entering a tiny stone chamber lit only by one weak candle. Wind rises upward through the shaft beneath the seat, carrying cold, damp air into the room. The opening below disappears into darkness far beneath the castle wall. Many medieval castles lacked glass windows in certain service areas, so toilets could feel exposed directly to storms outside. Rain blew inward. Snow drifted through cracks. Insects gathered during summer evenings around openings and damp stone. Yet nobles still considered these arrangements luxurious compared to peasant life, because privacy itself was a form of wealth. One fascinating detail involves medieval bedchambers. Wealthy individuals often preferred chamber pots at night precisely because walking through dark castle corridors felt unpleasant and dangerous. Stone staircases became slippery in winter. Torches burned dimly. Servants slept nearby in hallways or side rooms. So close stools and portable pots offered comfort and safety indoors. And chamber pots sometimes became deeply personal objects. Certain wealthy owners decorated them with painted designs or fine materials. Inventories from noble households occasionally list expensive ceramic or metal pots alongside furniture and linens. Even objects associated with waste reflected social class. Meanwhile, ordinary urban families continued sharing extremely limited toilet space. Imagine several households using one overcrowded privy behind connected buildings. At night, residents carrying lanterns wait their turn in cold weather while trying not to slip in mud around the entrance. The smell grows stronger each passing week as the pit beneath fills higher. Eventually someone must hire gong farmers. And gong farmers themselves often worked before dawn precisely because cities wanted them unseen. Their labor belonged to the shadows. Picture a sewage cart moving slowly through dark streets while most citizens sleep. Horses snort in cold air. Lantern light reflects weakly off wet cobblestones. Workers cover their faces with cloth against the smell while hauling buckets upward from underground pits. This hidden labor supported medieval civilization every single night. Yet almost nobody praised it. Another strange nighttime danger involved fire. Candles and lanterns near privies created risks because many medieval toilets contained dry wood structures beside methane-producing waste pits. Fires spreading through crowded cities terrified everyone. Entire neighborhoods built from timber could vanish within hours. So nighttime movement carrying candles required caution. Imagine balancing a flickering lantern while crossing muddy ground toward an outdoor toilet during strong wind. One accident could ignite roofs, straw, or wooden walls nearby. The medieval world balanced constantly between darkness and disaster. And still, people created routines comforting enough to survive within it. Prayers before sleep. Candles beside beds. Chamber pots kept close for safety. Doors barred against thieves. Families sleeping together in shared warmth. Human beings adapt emotionally as well as physically. Even frightening routines become normal after enough repetition. A child raised in medieval Europe learned early how nighttime sounded, smelled, and felt. The creak of privy doors, distant church bells, dripping gutters, barking dogs, and cold air around outdoor toilets became part of ordinary memory. Not romantic memory, but real memory. Tonight, somewhere beyond the walls of a sleeping medieval town, a lone lantern sways gently beside an outdoor privy while wind moves through empty streets carrying the smell of rain and distant sewage. And beneath the darkness below those silent roads, the hidden world of medieval sanitation waits quietly for dawn to begin again. Some of the cleanest toilets in medieval Europe were hidden inside monasteries, and some of the filthiest stood only a few streets away. This strange contrast appeared everywhere across the medieval world. A traveler could move from organized stone drainage systems inside a wealthy abbey directly into muddy urban alleys overflowing with sewage outside the walls. Imagine approaching a large monastery in medieval France during early morning. Mist hangs low above nearby fields while bells echo softly through cold air. Monks walk silently across cloisters wrapped in heavy robes. The entire place feels orderly, structured. And beneath that calm exists careful sanitation planning. Many monasteries depended on running water. Streams diverted through channels powered mills, supplied kitchens, and helped remove waste from communal latrines. Some abbeys built long stone toilet blocks extending above flowing water systems specifically designed to carry sewage away continuously. Compared to crowded city neighborhoods, these arrangements could seem almost advanced. Imagine rows of wooden seats placed over a moving channel of water beneath the floor. Open windows allow fresh air inside. Rules require regular cleaning. Monastic schedules organize usage patterns. Of course, the smell never vanished completely, but monasteries understood something important. Without sanitation discipline, disease spread rapidly through communal living. And monasteries were deeply communal places. Dozens or hundreds of monks slept, ate, prayed, worked, and used shared facilities together daily. One sanitation failure could affect everyone quickly. So religious life encouraged routines around cleanliness, hand washing before meals, regular laundering of certain linens, controlled waste disposal, separate infirmary areas for sick residents. Again, medieval people were not ignorant about practical hygiene. They simply lacked modern scientific understanding and industrial infrastructure. Now imagine leaving the monastery and entering a nearby town market by midday. Immediately the atmosphere changes. The streets narrow. Animals crowd beside carts. Fish waste rots near stalls. Children run through muddy alleys. And somewhere behind the buildings, overflowing cesspits leak into the ground. The difference must have felt dramatic even to medieval people themselves. Many religious writers actually complained about urban filth. Monastic chroniclers sometimes describe cities as morally and physically corrupt places filled with noise, temptation, foul air, and disease. Yet cities also offered opportunity, trade, and excitement unavailable in isolated abbeys. So people continued flooding into them. One especially difficult challenge involved public behavior. Even when towns built designated privies, not everyone used them properly. Some urinated in alleys. Others dumped waste carelessly near homes or rivers. Drunken crowds after festivals often ignored sanitation rules entirely. City authorities became increasingly frustrated. Legal records survive describing fines for fouling streets, contaminating wells, or neglecting cesspit maintenance. Certain neighborhoods hired inspectors to monitor drains and waste areas. But enforcement remained uneven, and poverty complicated everything. Poor families living in overcrowded housing simply had fewer sanitation options available. Now picture a typical urban backyard in medieval London. Several timber buildings share limited space behind connected homes. Chickens scratch through scraps near wooden fences. Rainwater collects in muddy depressions. A small privy stands above a cesspit partly hidden behind stacked barrels. This single pit may serve multiple families. Over time, the ground nearby becomes saturated with leakage. Flies gather constantly during warm months, and eventually someone must clean it. Gong farmers often entered these areas at night carrying ladders, ropes, buckets, and shovels. The smell struck immediately once the pit opened. Historical records suggest some cesspits became incredibly deep after years of use. Imagine lowering yourself into darkness surrounded by decomposing waste while holding a weak lantern. Few jobs in medieval society were more physically miserable. Yet historians today learn enormous amounts from those same pits. Because medieval people accidentally preserved daily life underground. Archaeologists uncover seeds showing what fruits people ate. Fish bones reveal trade networks. Textile fragments expose clothing styles. Even parasite eggs remain preserved after centuries. In one strange way, toilets became historical archives. The ordinary things people dropped, spilled, or discarded there survived when many grander objects disappeared. And these discoveries remind us how physical medieval life truly was. Modern humans often experience history through clean museum displays and polished documentaries. But actual medieval existence involved mud, smoke, sweat, sewage, animals, and labor constantly mixed together. Even religion existed inside this physical world. Monks praying in beautiful chapels still needed latrines. Pilgrims traveling to holy shrines still dealt with stomach illness and roadside privies. Cathedrals towering above cities still overlooked filthy streets below. One fascinating medieval belief connected cleanliness partly with spiritual discipline. Certain monastic rules criticized excessive luxury while still encouraging order and washing. Too much attention to bodily comfort could seem sinful, yet complete filth threatened health and dignity. The balance was complicated, and bathing itself became controversial in some periods. Public bathhouses existed widely across parts of medieval Europe, especially in towns influenced by older Roman traditions. Men and women sometimes bathed socially. Travelers relaxed there. Some bathhouses offered massages, food, and entertainment. But over time, concerns about morality, prostitution, and disease damaged their reputation in many regions. Certain religious authorities viewed mixed bathing suspiciously. Meanwhile, outbreaks of plague increased fear around crowded public spaces generally. As bathhouse culture declined in some areas, personal washing routines shifted more toward basins, cloths, and partial cleaning at home. Still, people absolutely continued washing themselves. The myth that medieval Europeans never bathed simply is not true. The real problem was sanitation infrastructure, not total ignorance of cleanliness. And nowhere showed infrastructure differences more clearly than toilets. A wealthy monastery with flowing water systems looked entirely different from an overcrowded urban slum. Yet both existed within the same medieval world. Tonight, candlelight glows softly through monastery windows while cold water continues moving beneath stone latrine channels. Beyond the abbey walls, crowded city alleys sink slowly into darkness as overflowing cesspits wait for the arrival of night workers before dawn. And under both sacred cloisters and filthy streets alike, the hidden foundations of medieval life continue collecting silently below the earth. The richest people in medieval Europe still could not escape bad smells. They tried. They burned incense in great halls. They scattered rose petals across floors. They carried scented herbs inside embroidered pouches. Noblewomen used perfumes made from lavender, rosemary, musk, or imported spices. But eventually, every palace still connected to a toilet somewhere behind the walls. Imagine entering a royal chamber in medieval England during the 1400s. Tapestries cover cold stone walls to trap warmth. Candles flicker beside carved furniture. Fine clothing hangs from wooden chests while servants move quietly through the room preparing for the day. The chamber smells far better than a city alley outside. Yet hidden behind a side door sits a private garderobe. And beneath it, the same gravity carries waste downward exactly as it does for everyone else. This reality fascinated medieval writers sometimes because bodily needs reminded society that all humans remained physically vulnerable no matter how powerful they became. Kings aged. Queens became sick. Bishops suffered stomach illness. Even the wealthiest noble eventually sat over a hole in the ground. One reason medieval elites valued privacy so deeply was precisely because bodily functions threatened dignity. Court culture emphasized elegance, self-control, and refinement. Public embarrassment could damage reputation badly. So noble households developed elaborate etiquette surrounding personal routines. Servants handled chamber pots discreetly. Perfumed water masked odors. Special cloths and linens maintained appearances of cleanliness. Yet the labor behind all this remained exhausting. Imagine a palace servant waking before dawn every morning. They empty pots, wash basins, carry heated water upstairs, replace rushes on floors, scrub wooden seats, and repeat the process again tomorrow. Grand medieval courts depended on invisible armies of workers maintaining basic comfort constantly. And some servants became trusted specifically because they handled intimate duties reliably. The relationship between nobles and personal attendants often grew surprisingly close. A servant helping dress a king or managing private chambers witnessed moments nobody else saw. Politics itself sometimes flowed through these relationships. Meanwhile, ordinary people outside palace walls lived in conditions almost impossible for modern audiences to imagine comfortably. Picture a crowded rental building in medieval Paris. Several families share upper rooms connected by narrow wooden staircases. Smoke from cooking fires lingers indoors because ventilation remains poor. The shared privy behind the building serves dozens of people and has not been cleaned properly for weeks. Summer heat presses against the city. The smell becomes overwhelming. Yet children still play nearby because there is nowhere else to go. This closeness between daily life and waste shaped medieval psychology deeply. Modern societies hide sewage underground behind pipes and treatment systems. Medieval people encountered waste visibly and physically almost every day. And because smell played such a major role in life, perfumes became more than luxury. They became emotional comfort. One fascinating detail involves gloves. Wealthy Europeans sometimes scented gloves heavily with perfume oils. People held flowers near their faces while walking through crowded districts. Herbs hung indoors not merely for decoration but to improve breathing conditions psychologically. Certain medical treatments even relied on pleasant smells. Doctors recommended aromatic substances during epidemics, believing foul air spread sickness. And honestly, many medieval streets truly must have smelled dangerous. Imagine a butcher district after several hot days without rain. Animal blood darkens the ground. Flies swarm constantly. Nearby drains carry sewage slowly through shallow channels. Then add horse manure from crowded roads and smoke from fireplaces drifting overhead. Visitors arriving from cleaner rural areas probably felt shocked initially. Still, city residents adapted remarkably. Humans can normalize almost anything given enough time. A child born inside medieval London learned those smells gradually from infancy. They became part of home itself. Unpleasant perhaps, but familiar. And familiarity changes everything. Even castle toilets, despite better privacy, carried serious discomfort. Garderobes built into exterior walls often felt freezing cold. Strong winds blew upward through shafts beneath the seats. During storms, rain sometimes entered through openings. Certain castles developed damp, moldy smells around latrine corridors permanently. Some nobles preferred portable close stools indoors simply to avoid walking through cold castle passages at night. Imagine winter inside a stone fortress. Snow piles against outer walls. Servants wrap themselves in wool while carrying candles through dark stairways. A nobleman wakes before dawn needing the toilet but hesitates because the garderobe chamber feels unbearably cold. So instead, a close stool beside the bed becomes the practical solution. Again, comfort always depended on human labor. Someone still cleaned the pot afterward. Another strange reality involved clothing. Medieval fashion often complicated toilet use significantly, especially among the wealthy. Layers of fabric, belts, cloaks, and decorative garments required careful handling inside cramped spaces. Noblewomen wearing elaborate dresses sometimes relied on attendants for assistance. And because fabrics were expensive, staining clothing created serious problems. Laundering required immense effort without modern machines or plumbing. Water had to be carried manually. Soap remained costly. Drying clothes during rainy seasons became difficult. So cleanliness represented labor, wealth, and organization more than simple personal choice. Now imagine the experience of illness inside a medieval palace. A noble suffers severe stomach disease. Servants hurry constantly with chamber pots, water, cloths, and herbs. The smell spreads through private rooms despite perfumes burning nearby. Fear enters the household quietly because digestive illness can become deadly quickly. Without modern medicine, even wealthy families felt vulnerable. And medieval toilets often became accidental witnesses to disease outbreaks. Doctors inspected waste searching for clues. Servants noticed changes first. Monasteries isolated sick residents partly because sanitation failures spread illness rapidly. The body revealed its suffering through these hidden routines. Tonight, soft candlelight flickers across embroidered tapestries while palace servants quietly replace scented herbs near private garderobes before the household wakes. Outside the palace walls, crowded city streets settle slowly into darkness beneath drifting smoke and the distant smell of rain. And beneath rich and poor alike, the hidden systems carrying away the waste of medieval life continue moving silently through the night. The medieval toilet could also become a place of gossip. Not officially, of course. No nobleman proudly announced political discussions happening near a garderobe, and no monk wrote elegant poetry celebrating communal latrines. But whenever human beings gather together regularly in one place, conversation follows, even in toilets. Imagine a long communal latrine inside a monastery in medieval Germany. Cold water flows beneath rows of wooden seats while monks wrapped in heavy robes sit quietly during the early morning hours before prayer. Technically, silence rules may apply, but whispers still happen. Small comments, rumors, complaints about food or weather, because human nature slips into every corner of history. In castles, private garderobes sometimes became surprisingly important social spaces too. Trusted servants assisting nobles during personal routines heard secrets few others ever learned. Royal attendants spent enormous amounts of time inside private chambers where rulers dressed, washed, ate, rested, and relieved themselves. Access meant influence. One servant carrying a chamber pot might overhear discussions shaping entire kingdoms. It sounds strange now, but medieval politics operated through physical closeness. Courts lacked modern offices and secure communication systems. Important conversations happened during meals, while traveling, during hunts, and sometimes near toilets. Meanwhile, ordinary townspeople shared information constantly while waiting for public privies or gathering near communal water sources. Imagine women washing laundry beside a river in medieval York. They scrub heavy linens against stones while discussing marriages, illnesses, market prices, and local scandals. Nearby children play in mud while chamber pots from surrounding houses are emptied into drains leading toward the same river. Daily sanitation routines naturally created social interaction, because survival itself depended on cooperation. Shared wells, shared privies, shared washing spaces. The medieval world rarely allowed complete independence. And when these systems failed, entire neighborhoods suffered together. One overflowing cesspit could trigger furious arguments between neighbors. Court records from medieval towns preserve astonishingly detailed complaints. One resident accuses another of neglecting pit maintenance. Another claims sewage leaked beneath shared walls. Someone else complains about unbearable smells entering their home during summer. The language changes across centuries, but the arguments feel surprisingly modern. People have always fought over sanitation. Now imagine the humiliation connected to toilet accidents in medieval society. Because despite common exposure to bodily realities, embarrassment still existed deeply. A blocked garderobe during a noble feast. A chamber pot spilling indoors. A public privy collapsing beneath someone's weight. These events became stories people remembered for years. Medieval humor loved such disasters. Writers included crude toilet jokes in poems, plays, and tavern stories. Entertainers mocked pompous nobles brought low by bodily functions. Monks doodled surprisingly rude drawings in manuscript margins. Human beings throughout history laughed at the body because the body constantly reminded them nobody was fully dignified forever. Even kings eventually suffered stomach illness. One especially uncomfortable medieval problem involved clothing accidents. Long layered garments could become difficult to manage quickly inside cramped privies. Travelers rushing at roadside stops sometimes stained expensive fabrics. Wealthy individuals feared public embarrassment intensely because laundering clothing required huge effort. Imagine a noblewoman traveling by horse through muddy countryside during heavy rain. Roads are rough. The nearest inn offers only filthy shared privies. Servants struggle holding lanterns in strong wind while helping arrange layers of soaked clothing inside cramped wooden stalls. The entire experience becomes stressful long before modern hygiene even enters the picture. And medieval travel itself magnified sanitation problems everywhere. Pilgrimages especially created enormous challenges. Thousands of religious pilgrims moved between shrines, monasteries, and holy sites across Europe. Temporary camps formed near roads and churches. Public facilities often became overwhelmed during major festivals. Imagine roads leading toward a famous shrine crowded with travelers from different regions speaking different languages. Food stalls line the path. Horses crowd muddy fields. Temporary privies overflow after days of heavy use. Yet pilgrims continued coming because spiritual hope outweighed discomfort. Some traveled seeking healing from illness. Ironically, crowded sanitation conditions during pilgrimages may also have spread disease more widely. Another hidden part of medieval toilet history involves smell memory. Modern neuroscience shows smell connects deeply with emotion and memory. Medieval people lived inside much stronger sensory environments than most modern urban residents experience today. Imagine the smell combinations defining ordinary life. Smoke from hearth fires, wet wool clothing, horse manure in streets, fresh bread from ovens, rotting fish markets, rain on timber walls, and always somewhere nearby sewage. A medieval person probably recognized neighborhoods partly through scent alone. Tanneries smelled different from bakeries. Monasteries smelled different from docks. Castles smelled different from crowded slums. Even seasons changed city odors dramatically. Winter trapped smoke indoors. Summer intensified rot. Rain stirred hidden smells upward from drains and pits. The entire world felt alive physically. And because sanitation systems depended heavily on manual labor, the rhythm of cities followed human effort closely. Before dawn, workers cleaned streets. Servants emptied pots. Water carriers moved through neighborhoods. Gong farmers hauled sewage away under cover of darkness. Without constant labor, urban life collapsed quickly. One remarkable thing about medieval civilization is that it functioned at all under such conditions. Cities grew. Trade expanded. Universities developed. Cathedrals rose above streets filled with mud and waste. Human beings built beauty even while struggling against filth every single day. And perhaps that contradiction defines medieval history better than anything else. The same society capable of magnificent stained glass windows also relied on cesspits beneath crowded houses. The same monks copying beautiful manuscripts still used communal latrines beside flowing drains. The same kings holding jeweled scepters depended entirely on servants carrying chamber pots through dark hallways. Tonight, somewhere inside a crowded medieval inn, tired travelers exchange rumors softly while waiting outside a freezing backyard privy beneath the stars. Across the city, servants whisper quietly in palace corridors as they move through private chambers before dawn. And below them all, beneath stone streets and timber houses, the hidden underworld of medieval sanitation continues holding the secrets of countless ordinary lives. Medieval toilet systems were always one bad winter away from failure. And winters in Europe could be brutal. Imagine a freezing season in medieval England where snow covers rooftops for weeks. Rivers slow down. Water freezes in buckets overnight. Wooden pipes crack. Ice forms along drainage channels. Everything that depends on movement begins to stop. That includes waste. In cities, cesspits became harder to maintain during winter because frozen ground made digging difficult. Gong farmers struggled to empty pits when soil turned hard as stone. Waste that normally decomposed more quickly in warmer months instead solidified into thick layers. And smell did not disappear, changed. Cold air trapped odors closer to ground level in some streets, especially when wind stopped flowing. In narrow medieval alleys, air circulation was poor, so even winter could carry unpleasant stench between buildings. Meanwhile, people still used chamber pots indoors more frequently than ever, because no one wanted to walk outside into snowstorms just to reach a privy. Imagine a crowded wooden house in medieval London during a freezing night. Fire burns weakly in the hearth. Family members sleep together for warmth. Ice forms at cracks in window shutters. Chamber pot sits nearby, and it will be used many times before morning. Morning routines in winter became especially unpleasant. Pots had to be emptied outside even in freezing conditions. Water needed for washing might require breaking ice in wells. Laundry became nearly impossible for weeks at a time. Clothing itself absorbed odors more strongly because ventilation decreased indoors. Smoke from fires stayed trapped longer. Sweat, waste, cooking smells, and animal odors mixed together inside small enclosed spaces. Yet medieval people endured it as seasonal reality. Spring always returned eventually, and spring brought cleaning. One of the most important medieval sanitation practices was seasonal clearing of waste. As temperatures rose, cesspits became easier to empty. Streets were cleaned more actively. Rivers flowed faster again, carrying waste farther away. Cities reset themselves partially each year, but never completely, because infrastructure remained limited. Now imagine a wealthy castle during winter. Stone walls hold cold like ice. Drafts move through corridors. Garderobes built into outer walls become freezing chambers. Sitting above a latrine shaft in winter means enduring icy air rising from below. Nobles sometimes avoided these toilets entirely during cold weather. Instead, they relied on close stools placed inside heated rooms. Servants would carry chamber pots carefully through corridors, trying not to spill or spread odor in confined castle spaces. Even royal households adjusted routines around weather constantly. In warmer months, outdoor privies and garderobes were used more regularly. In colder months, indoor solutions dominated. And servants bore the burden of moving waste between these systems. Now shift back to a medieval monastery in winter. Imagine monks walking through silent cloisters while snow falls softly outside stone arches. Inside communal latrines, cold air mixes with steam from nearby kitchens. Water channels may slow or partially freeze in extreme weather. Maintenance becomes more difficult. If drainage stops, problems escalate quickly in crowded religious communities. So monks assigned to sanitation duties had to work constantly even in harsh conditions. Buckets carried in cold hands. Stone channels cleared manually. Wooden seats cleaned repeatedly. Religious discipline included physical labor because survival depended on it. And still, disease remained a constant threat. Winter especially increased illness. People stayed indoors longer, breathing shared air in crowded rooms. Ventilation decreased. Waste disposal became slower. Contamination risk increased in shared spaces. Stomach illnesses spread easily through households during cold months. Children suffered most, because immunity and nutrition often remained weaker among younger populations. Medieval medical understanding tried to explain these patterns using theories of balance and bodily humors. Doctors believed cold and damp conditions affected digestion and internal equilibrium, so winter was seen as a dangerous season medically as well as practically. Now imagine travelers stuck on roads during winter. Pilgrims, merchants, soldiers, and messengers moving between towns often found inns overcrowded. Privies at roadside stops became filthy quickly because cleaning slowed in cold weather. Some travelers simply avoided using them entirely when possible, choosing snow-covered fields instead despite discomfort. Travel itself became riskier. Frozen rivers could break unpredictably. Roads became impassable. Movement slowed across entire regions, and sanitation systems slowed with them. But medieval people still traveled, because trade, religion, and survival demanded it. Goods had to move. Messages had to be delivered. Religious journeys had to continue, even in snow and darkness. One fascinating detail involves how medieval cities sometimes used winter as a temporary advantage. Frozen ground could reduce smell slightly because decomposition slowed. Some waste became easier to handle once solidified. Ice sometimes made certain areas less muddy and easier to cross. So winter was both a burden and a temporary relief. Now picture nightfall in a medieval village during snow season. Everything becomes quiet. Footsteps sound softer. Smoke rises slowly from chimneys. Animals huddle indoors or in barns. A lone figure steps outside toward a wooden privy partially buried in snow. Cold is sharp. Wind cuts through clothing. Every movement feels slow and careful. Inside, the privy is freezing. Wood creaks under pressure. And beneath it all, waste from many winters past lies buried deeper in frozen soil. Medieval sanitation never truly paused. It only changed form with the seasons. And through all of it, summer heat, autumn rain, winter ice, spring thaw, human beings continued their daily routines without pause. Cooking, working, praying, sleeping, and always quietly managing the same unavoidable biological needs that connected kings and peasants, monks and merchants, children and travelers alike. Tonight, snow falls silently across frozen medieval streets while candlelight flickers behind shuttered windows and distant privies creak in the wind. And beneath the frozen ground of towns and castles alike, the layered history of countless winters continues to settle deeper into the earth. By the later medieval period, some cities began to realize something uncomfortable. The problem was no longer just individual toilets. It was the entire system. And systems were breaking. Picture medieval Paris growing larger year after year. New houses are built faster than old drainage can handle. Streets become more crowded. Wells sit closer to cesspits than before. Rainwater runs through tighter spaces between buildings, carrying waste into areas that were once relatively clean. And people begin noticing patterns. When waste stays near living spaces too long, sickness follows. Not in a scientific way they could fully explain, but in experience. Families get sick after heavy rains. Neighborhoods suffer outbreaks after flooding. Certain streets gain reputations for being unhealthy, so city authorities slowly start reacting more seriously. Medieval governance was not modern bureaucracy, but it was not absent either. Town councils, guilds, and local officials increasingly tried to control sanitation through rules, fines, and inspections. They ordered cesspits to be cleaned more regularly. They restricted dumping waste into streets. They tried to manage where slaughterhouses could operate. And they attempted, often unsuccessfully, to control human behavior. Because enforcement was always the hardest part. A rule is simple to write. It is harder to make thousands of people follow it consistently. Now imagine inspectors walking through medieval neighborhoods in medieval London. They check drains behind houses. They question residents about waste disposal. They inspect areas near wells for contamination. Some households comply carefully. Others ignore warnings until problems become severe. And poorer districts often lack the resources to fix issues even when they want to. So inequality becomes part of sanitation itself. Wealthier families can maintain cleaner courtyards, hire workers, or rebuild drainage systems. Poorer families must rely on shared, overused facilities. This creates a visible divide in smell, cleanliness, and disease exposure. Medieval cities smelled differently depending on where you stood. One street might be relatively tolerable, another overwhelming. And all of it changed with weather, population density, and trade activity. Now picture something even more complex. Construction. As cities grew, new buildings sometimes accidentally damaged older sanitation systems. A foundation could break an underground channel. A new wall might block drainage. A poorly planned extension could redirect waste toward neighboring houses. Disputes followed quickly. Legal records from medieval towns contain arguments between neighbors about water flow, blocked drains, and overflowing latrines. These were serious conflicts, because sanitation failures directly affected health, property value, and daily life. One household's negligence could become another household's sickness. So people began treating waste systems as shared responsibility, even if cooperation remained imperfect. Now imagine a large medieval hospital in medieval Florence. Hospitals in the Middle Ages were often religious institutions caring for the sick, poor, and travelers. They had to manage sanitation carefully because they concentrated vulnerable people in one place. Beds lined long halls. Caregivers moved constantly between patients. Chamber pots were collected frequently to reduce contamination. Clean water and linen were critical. Even so, controlling infection remained extremely difficult, because the understanding of germs did not exist yet. Hospitals relied on observation and routine rather than scientific microbiology. Still, they made efforts that show awareness of hygiene mattered deeply. Frequent cleaning, separation of patients when possible, ventilation through windows and courtyards, and strict attention to waste removal. Now step outside the hospital into surrounding streets. Immediately, conditions change again. Markets, animals, and waste dominate public space. This contrast between structured care and chaotic urban life defined medieval cities everywhere. Another important development in late medieval sanitation involved specialization of labor. More clearly defined jobs appeared for cleaning streets, maintaining drains, and removing waste. Gong farmers became more systematized in some cities. Street cleaners worked at designated times. Water carriers followed specific routes. The idea of urban maintenance slowly became more organized, even if still primitive by modern standards. And all of this depended on constant human effort. There were no machines to replace labor. No underground vacuum systems. No sewage treatment plants. Only people carrying, digging, scraping, and transporting waste manually. Now imagine early morning before sunrise. A sanitation worker moves through medieval York with a cart. Streets are quiet. Most residents sleep. Only faint candlelight appears behind shutters. The air is cold and still. The worker passes through narrow alleys collecting waste from designated points. It is invisible labor. Most people never see it. But without it, cities would quickly become unlivable. Medieval society functioned on layers. Visible life above ground, and hidden maintenance below it. Now think about perception. For medieval people, waste was not something abstracted away. It was part of daily awareness. Smell, sight, and handling made sanitation physically unavoidable. This shaped attitudes toward the body. Medieval writings often reflect a complex relationship. The body as necessary, but also messy, fragile, and constantly needing control. Toilets sat at the center of that tension, because they represented the moment when private bodily reality met public space. Even kings could not escape that moment. Even monasteries could not sanctify it away. Even cities could not organize it perfectly. And yet life continued anyway. People adapted constantly, improved what they could, ignored what they could not, and lived within systems that were always imperfect. Tonight, early morning fog drifts through narrow medieval streets while sanitation workers move quietly before dawn, carts rolling over damp stones carrying away the remnants of countless households. Inside nearby homes, families still sleep as chamber pots rest beside beds waiting for another ordinary day. And beneath the waking city, the invisible network of drains, pits, and forgotten labor continues to shape everything above it without ever being fully seen. One of the most surprising things about medieval toilets is how much of them existed underground, completely hidden from view. People walked above them every day without realizing what was moving beneath their feet. Imagine standing in medieval London during the late 1400s. The streets are busy with merchants, carts, and travelers. Wooden houses lean over narrow lanes. The smell of smoke, food, animals, and waste mixes into the air. But below all of this, something far more complex exists. A network of cesspits, drainage channels, and waste routes slowly spreading beneath the city like a second invisible structure. Not designed all at once, but formed gradually over generations. Each household adds its own pit. Each building connects or disconnects from old systems. Each repair changes the underground layout slightly. Over time, the ground becomes layered with history. Compressed waste, broken drains, collapsed pits, and shifting soil saturated with centuries of use. Archaeologists later describe this as a hidden urban archive, because it preserves daily life in a way written records never could. Seeds found in cesspits reveal medieval diets. Animal bones show trade and food habits. Broken pottery pieces reveal household wealth. And even parasite remains show how common intestinal illness was. Toilets, in this sense, became accidental time capsules. Now imagine a crowded medieval neighborhood in medieval Paris. Several houses share narrow backyards. Small wooden privies stand above pits that have been used for years. The soil around them becomes saturated and unstable. Sometimes the ground sinks slightly as waste decomposes below. People notice these changes. They complain. But repairs are expensive and difficult, so they continue using the same systems until they fail. Eventually, someone has to dig everything out. This job belongs again to the hidden workers of medieval sanitation. Gong farmers. Laborers who descend into pits at night, under lantern light, to remove waste bucket by bucket. The work is physically exhausting and socially isolating. Most people avoid them because of smell and association with impurity. Yet their role is essential. Without them, entire districts would become unlivable. Now picture a medieval sewer channel beneath a wealthy district. Stone-lined passages carry waste slowly away from houses. Rainwater mixes with runoff. Small streams of dirty water flow toward larger drains or rivers. But these systems are fragile. A single blockage can cause waste to back up into homes above. A collapsed wall can redirect sewage into streets. Heavy rain can overwhelm channels entirely. So sanitation required constant repair. Carpenters fix wooden structures. Masons repair stone drains. Laborers clear blockages manually. Nothing ran automatically. Everything depended on human attention. Now imagine something quieter. Morning inside a wealthy home. A noble household in medieval Italy wakes slowly. Servants begin moving through rooms. Fires are relit. Water is carried upstairs. Beds are made. And chamber pots are collected carefully from private chambers. They are covered, handled discreetly, taken away before the household fully awakens. This routine repeats daily in elite homes across Europe, because even wealth does not eliminate bodily needs. It only shifts responsibility onto others, and servants become the invisible bridge between luxury and waste. Now shift to a different scene. A monastery latrine in early morning silence. Monks walk in orderly lines toward communal facilities. Water flows beneath wooden seats. Cold air drifts through stone corridors. The sound of movement echoes softly. There is structure, routine, discipline, but also physical reality. No amount of prayer removes digestion. No amount of ritual removes waste. Human biology remains constant, and medieval institutions had to build systems around it. Another hidden aspect of sanitation was timing. Waste removal often followed strict schedules. Before sunrise, late at night, between public activity, because cities preferred not to see it happening. This created a strange rhythm where the most important labor of sanitation occurred in darkness. Workers became part of the night economy. Invisible infrastructure operators. While the city slept, they carried away what the city produced during the day. Now imagine rain beginning to fall over medieval York. Water runs through streets quickly, picking up mud and waste. Drains overflow. Pits fill faster. Smells intensify as trapped gases are disturbed. People close windows, move indoors, light fires, and wait for the storm to pass. Afterward, sanitation systems are often damaged or overwhelmed, so cleanup begins again, always again. That repetition defines medieval sanitation more than anything else. Not a single system, not a perfect design, but constant repair against constant breakdown. And yet, despite all of this, medieval cities did not collapse. They functioned, they survived, they grew, because human labor continuously compensated for structural weakness. One final image for this section. A narrow alley before dawn. A sanitation worker walks slowly with a cart through empty streets in medieval London. The air is cold. Lantern light flickers against wet stone. Behind closed doors, people are still sleeping. Above ground, the city looks still. Below ground, it remains full of the consequences of yesterday. And between them, human effort keeps everything from overflowing into chaos. That balance, fragile, imperfect, and constantly maintained, was medieval life at its most hidden level. Some medieval toilets were not only shared. They were built as entire communal buildings, not small hidden corners, but structured public spaces meant for groups of people at once. Imagine walking through medieval Cologne near the end of the Middle Ages. The city is growing along the river, trade is active, and population density is rising. Narrow streets lead toward markets, churches, and guild halls. And in certain districts, you find large shared latrine structures built near water. These were not private experiences. They were functional communal systems. Long wooden benches, multiple seated openings, stone or timber buildings positioned so waste could fall into flowing water beneath. People used them in sequence or sometimes side by side depending on design. To modern eyes, this feels uncomfortable. But to medieval people, shared bodily spaces were normal in many contexts. Baths, dormitories, marketplaces, even religious buildings. Privacy existed, but not in the modern sense of isolation for every bodily function. Now imagine the sound inside one of these latrine buildings. Water flowing underneath. Footsteps on wooden boards. Occasional conversation. Quiet coughing. Wind moving through cracks in the structure. And outside, the noise of the city continues uninterrupted. Merchants shouting. Horses passing. Church bells ringing. Life never stops for sanitation. Simply includes it. One important feature of many medieval cities was proximity to rivers for waste disposal. In Cologne and other Rhine cities, latrines were often positioned to take advantage of flowing water from the Rhine River. Flowing water seemed like a solution, and in some ways it was. Waste moved away from living spaces more efficiently than in stagnant pits. But it also meant contamination downstream. What one part of the city removed, another part of the river received. So sanitation problems were displaced rather than eliminated. Now picture a busy urban neighborhood. Houses built tightly together. Small courtyards shared between families. Children running through narrow passages. Chickens scratching near waste areas. And behind several homes, a shared latrine structure serving dozens of people daily. Maintenance becomes difficult. When too many people use one system, cleaning cannot keep up. Over time, repairs are delayed. Wood weakens. Stone cracks. Waste accumulates faster than removal. Eventually, reconstruction becomes necessary. But reconstruction is expensive. So cities delay it until failure forces action. This cycle repeats across centuries. Now shift to a different environment. A medieval castle along a river in medieval France. Here sanitation is more structured but still dependent on gravity and labor. Garderobes built into outer walls allow waste to drop into moats or rivers below. Some castles intentionally placed latrines above water so currents could carry waste away. It looked efficient. But even castles were vulnerable to clogging and smell buildup. Wind direction could carry odors back into rooms. Rain could wash waste in unpredictable ways. And maintenance required constant inspection. Servants cleaned surrounding areas regularly. Buckets and tools were used to manage overflow. Even the strongest stone walls could not eliminate biological necessity. Now imagine a colder region in winter. Frozen ground, slower water flow, blocked drains. In places near medieval Poland or northern Europe, sanitation systems faced seasonal stress just like earlier chapters described. Waste systems slowed. Cleaning became harder. Odor became trapped. So winter was not only cold, it was structurally stressful for sanitation systems. People adapted again. More indoor chamber pots. More reliance on servants. More storage of waste until thawing seasons. Now consider something often overlooked. Children in communal latrine spaces. In crowded urban households, children learned early how to navigate shared facilities. They accompanied parents or used smaller pots before transitioning to outdoor or communal systems. There was no separation of adult and child sanitation worlds, only different levels of responsibility. And accidents were common. Medieval humor often reflected this. Simple jokes, crude stories, marginal drawings in manuscripts. Because bodily mishaps were universal. No class, no profession, no age group escaped them. Even scholars writing in monasteries occasionally referenced bodily humor in informal margins, showing that intellectual life and physical life were never fully separated. Now picture nighttime again in a medieval town. A shared latrine stands at the edge of a neighborhood. Lantern light flickers as someone walks carefully across muddy ground. The wooden structure creaks slightly in the wind. Below, waste moves slowly toward drainage channels or pits depending on design. The smell is stronger at night when air is still. And beyond the building, the city is quiet except for distant footsteps and barking dogs. Sanitation becomes part of the night landscape. Not hidden, just less visible. Now zoom out. Across all medieval cities, London, Paris, Cologne, Florence, York, similar patterns repeat. Shared systems, limited infrastructure, constant labor, seasonal stress, and reliance on rivers or pits. Different cultures, different designs, same biological reality. Human bodies did not change, so systems evolved around them, and always imperfectly. Tonight, mist rises gently above the River Rhine near medieval Cologne as small lights flicker in riverside homes. Behind stone buildings, communal latrines continue draining quietly into moving water while the city settles into night. And beneath the surface of the river itself, everything carried from countless medieval routines continues flowing onward, unseen but never truly gone. Some medieval people believed toilets could affect luck. Not hygiene, not health in a modern scientific sense, but fortune itself. In parts of medieval Europe, waste, smell, and decay were often tied to spiritual ideas about purity and impurity. Clean space felt blessed. A filthy space felt dangerous or morally unstable. So even toilets carried symbolic weight. Imagine a rural village in medieval Italy where small stone houses cluster near fields and olive trees. Outside each home sits a simple wooden or stone privy built over a pit. These structures were practical, but also quietly feared in certain folk traditions. Some people believed night spirits or unlucky forces could gather in places associated with waste or darkness. While the church did not officially support these ideas, folk beliefs often mixed with daily life. So villagers developed habits, quick movements at night, short stays outside, small prayers before entering dark spaces. Not because toilets were inherently supernatural, but because darkness, isolation, and smell naturally triggered fear in a world without artificial lighting. Now imagine a medieval city street in medieval Vienna. Cobblestones are uneven. Buildings rise closely on both sides. Narrow alleys lead toward shared latrines tucked behind structures or near drainage channels. At night these areas feel different. Silence is heavier. Shadows are deeper. People move faster. And yet sanitation cannot be avoided. The body does not wait for safety. So medieval people developed coping behaviors. Carrying lanterns. Going in pairs. Avoiding certain streets at night. These were not written laws always but lived instincts. Now consider the psychological side of medieval sanitation. Modern people often think of toilets as purely functional spaces. But in medieval life they were tied to vulnerability. A person using a latrine is momentarily distracted, isolated, and physically exposed. In crowded cities, that moment carried risk. So privacy meant safety, and safety meant status. Wealthier homes could afford enclosed garderobes inside fortified walls. Poorer households relied on outdoor structures or shared facilities. So even something as simple as a toilet reflected social hierarchy. Now picture a monastery in medieval Spain during early morning hours. Monks move through corridors in silence. Their routines are structured: prayer, work, meals, rest. Latrine usage is also scheduled and communal. Everything is organized. Even bodily necessity is placed into rhythm. Water flows beneath wooden seats into stone channels. Maintenance is strict. Cleanliness is part of discipline, not luxury. Yet even here discomfort exists. Cold air, stone surfaces, long corridors at night. Human bodies remain unchanged by religious structure. Now shift to a different environment. A traveling caravan. Merchants moving between towns across medieval Europe often carried their own sanitation solutions. Portable chamber pots, simple digging tools, temporary pits near camps, because travel removed access to fixed systems entirely. Imagine a merchant group resting beside a road in medieval Hungary, horses tied nearby, goods stacked in wagons, small fires burning for warmth and cooking, and beyond the camp, people quietly move into fields or wooded areas for privacy. No structured latrine, no drainage system, only improvisation. This was common across medieval travel networks, and it shows something important. Toilets were not just buildings. They were systems of behavior. Now consider urban reform attempts again. Cities tried to improve sanitation repeatedly in the late medieval period. Some introduced designated waste removal times. Others regulated where animals could be kept. Certain guilds managed cleanliness near markets. But enforcement remained inconsistent, because urban life was chaotic by nature. Trade, migration, war, and population growth constantly changed conditions faster than rules could adapt. Now imagine a rainy day in medieval Bruges. Water fills streets quickly. Canals overflow slightly. Waste systems become strained. Smells intensify in low areas. People stay indoors more. And sanitation becomes a hidden struggle beneath everyday life. After rain ends, cleanup begins again, always repeating. One of the most fascinating realities of medieval sanitation is how it never reaches completion. There is no final solution, only constant maintenance. That maintenance shapes daily rhythm: morning cleaning, night removal, seasonal digging, yearly reconstruction. Human labor replaces technological infrastructure, and that labor defines civilization itself. Now zoom into a single household again. A mother in a small home prepares breakfast while children wake slowly. Outside, the privy stands in the yard, partly muddy from recent rain. A chamber pot rests inside near the hearth for nighttime use. Nothing in this scene is extraordinary to medieval eyes. It is simply life. And yet every object, wooden seat, clay pot, bucket, drain, shovel, connects to a vast hidden system stretching across entire cities and countries. Tonight, lantern light flickers across narrow streets in medieval Vienna, while distant footsteps echo near shared latrines and drainage channels. The city breathes slowly after rain, carrying away yesterday's waste through shallow stone paths. And beneath all movement, the unseen patterns of human necessity continue shaping everything above without ever being fully visible. By the final centuries of the medieval period, sanitation was no longer just a household issue. It had become a political one. Because when cities grow large enough, toilets stop being private concerns and become public infrastructure problems. Imagine medieval Florence during the 1400s. The city is rich, powerful, and expanding rapidly through trade and banking. Stone buildings rise higher. Streets fill with merchants, artisans, and travelers from across Europe. And beneath that prosperity, something less visible grows too. Waste pressure. More people means more toilets. More toilets means more cesspits. More cesspits means more contamination risk. City leaders begin noticing something important. Sanitation failures can affect commerce, reputation, and public health all at once. So municipal attention increases. Not modern engineering solutions yet, but early governance thinking. Rules about waste disposal become more structured. Certain areas are designated for dumping. Some streets receive regular cleaning schedules. Guilds may be involved in maintaining market hygiene. But everything still depends heavily on manual labor. Now picture early morning in medieval Venice. A city built on water behaves differently from inland cities. Canals replace streets in many places. Boats replace carts. Movement of waste must be managed carefully because everything connects directly to waterways. Latrines and drainage systems are designed to use tidal movement and flowing canals to carry waste away. But this also creates vulnerability. If canals become too polluted, the entire system suffers. So sanitation in Venice becomes a balancing act between water as transportation and water as contamination pathway. Now imagine a dense residential district. Tall buildings packed closely together. Small courtyards hidden between structures. Shared wells. Shared privies. Shared drains. And narrow passageways where sunlight barely reaches ground level. In such environments, sanitation is not just a background system. It shapes daily movement. People choose routes based on smell. Avoid certain alleys after rain. Time their activities to avoid waste collection periods. The city becomes mapped not just by roads, but by sanitation conditions. Now shift to a rural landscape in medieval France. Here sanitation is more dispersed. Small villages use pits, fields, or simple outdoor privies. Waste spreads across land rather than concentrating in tight urban zones. This reduces some risks, but does not eliminate them. Because animals, weather, and water sources still interact with human waste. Rain can carry contamination into streams. Livestock can disturb waste sites. Wells can still be affected if placed too close. So rural life is not clean, just differently distributed. Now consider something important: trade routes. Merchants moving goods across Europe carried more than cargo. They carried sanitation challenges with them. At inns, resting stations, and market towns, temporary population spikes created sudden pressure on local privies. A small town might function fine normally, until a festival or trading fair doubles its population overnight. Then waste systems become overwhelmed. This pattern repeats across medieval Europe constantly. Now imagine a large medieval fair in medieval Nuremberg. Stalls stretch across open squares. Merchants shout prices. Animals are traded. Food is cooked in open air. And thousands of visitors require sanitation facilities that the town cannot fully expand for short-term events. Temporary pits are dug. Portable solutions are used. But overload still occurs. And after the fair ends, cleanup becomes a major task. Now shift to medical thinking again. By the late medieval period, doctors increasingly connect sanitation with disease patterns, though still without modern germ theory. They observe correlations: crowded housing and illness, bad water and stomach disease, foul air and outbreaks. So miasma theory becomes influential, the belief that disease spreads through bad air or corrupt smells. While scientifically incorrect in modern terms, it still encouraged some practical improvements in cleanliness and ventilation. Doctors advise fresh air, clean linens, herbs for purification, and avoidance of contaminated areas when possible. Now imagine a hospital in medieval London. Beds placed in rows. Patients suffering from various illnesses. Caregivers moving between them with water, cloth, and chamber pots. Waste is collected frequently to prevent worsening conditions. Even though understanding is limited, observation leads to structured care routines. Now picture something quieter. Nighttime again. A small street in a medieval town. Rain has recently passed. The ground is wet and uneven. A sanitation worker moves carefully through narrow alleys carrying a lantern and tools. Their job is to remove what others left behind. Buckets lifted, pits cleared, waste transported away from homes. It is repetitive, uncelebrated, but essential. Without it, even the most beautiful city would collapse into its own byproducts within days or weeks. And yet, most people above ground never think about it. They wake up, work, trade, pay, sleep. While beneath them, the sanitation cycle continues without pause. Now zoom out again. Across Florence, Venice, London, Paris, Bruges, and countless smaller towns, the same invisible pattern repeats. Water systems strained. Waste continuously produced. Labor constantly required. And cities surviving only through human effort layered beneath human life. Tonight, candlelight reflects across canals in medieval Venice, while boats drift quietly through dark water carrying supplies and waste along hidden routes. Elsewhere across Europe, towns settle into night as drains slow and cesspits wait for another day of use. And beneath every city, unseen systems continue moving silently, carrying forward the ordinary consequences of medieval existence, one bucket, one channel, and one laborer at a time. As medieval life moved closer toward the early modern period, sanitation slowly began shifting from pure necessity toward early design thinking. Not invention, not revolution, but gradual improvement shaped by pressure, experience, and repeated failure. Imagine late medieval London again, but now more crowded than earlier centuries. Timber houses are still packed tightly together, but trade is expanding, ships arrive constantly, and population density continues rising. And with that rise comes a more serious realization. The old systems are reaching their limits. Cesspits fill faster than they can be emptied. Rivers become increasingly polluted near dense districts. Street cleaning requires more coordination than before. So city authorities begin thinking more systematically, not just reacting to problems, but trying to prevent them. Some neighborhoods start improving drainage structures with more durable materials. Stone channels replace weaker wooden ones in certain areas. Waste removal schedules become slightly more organized in guild-controlled districts. But even with improvements, everything still depends on human labor and gravity. Now imagine a well-planned household in medieval Bruges. This is a wealthy merchant home. It includes multiple floors, storage rooms, and a private courtyard. Unlike poorer housing, this household may have more structured sanitation planning, a designated privy area, a more stable cesspit system, and servants responsible for regular maintenance. But even here, problems still appear. Heavy rain can overwhelm pits. Soil can become unstable. Smell can rise through gaps in construction. And repairs still require manual digging and cleaning. No matter how wealthy the home, sanitation remains fragile. Now shift to a monastery in medieval Spain again, but in its later period. Monastic engineers often improved water channels over time. Some communities refined systems that carried water through cloisters and latrine blocks more efficiently than earlier designs. Flowing water becomes a key idea. Where water moves, waste moves away. Where water stagnates, problems grow. This understanding, simple but powerful, slowly becomes central to sanitation planning across many medieval institutions. Now imagine a rural town in medieval Germany. Villages begin experimenting with slightly improved privy placement. Farther from wells, closer to drainage slopes, or positioned with better airflow. These are not scientific breakthroughs. They are practical lessons learned from repeated experience. People notice patterns. Bad placement leads to sickness. Better drainage reduces smell. Distance from water sources improves safety. Knowledge spreads slowly through generations. Now consider something often overlooked. Construction workers. As cities grow, builders must account for sanitation more carefully. When constructing new homes, they must avoid damaging existing pits. When building extensions, they must consider drainage paths. When laying foundations, they must think about what lies beneath. Because underground systems are no longer simple. They are layered. Old pits beneath new streets. Collapsed channels under rebuilt houses. Hidden waste zones that affect stability. Builders sometimes discover these problems only after damage occurs. Now imagine a bustling medieval market in medieval Paris. Merchants from different regions gather. Goods are displayed. Animals are sold. Food is prepared constantly. And sanitation pressure rises sharply during peak trading days. Temporary waste systems are created. Extra pits dug. Cleaning schedules increased. But after the market ends, remnants remain. The ground remembers where crowds gathered. Now shift to something quieter again. A household at dawn. A servant wakes early before others. Their routine begins immediately. Collect chamber pots. Clean sleeping chambers. Empty waste into designated pits. Wash hands and tools. Prepare rooms for the day. This is invisible labor that defines medieval comfort. Without it, even wealthy homes would become unbearable quickly. Now think about how time itself structures sanitation. Morning is for cleaning. Midday is for use. Evening is for preparation. Night is for containment. The cycle repeats endlessly. Now imagine a traveler moving between towns in medieval Hungary. They rely on inns, roadside stops, open fields when necessary. Sanitation becomes improvisation rather than system. Travel reveals the absence of infrastructure more clearly than city life does. Because outside cities nothing is centralized. Everything depends on immediate surroundings. Now zoom back into a large cathedral city in medieval York. Masses of people gather for religious events. Pilgrims arrive. Streets fill. Temporary pressure on sanitation systems increases dramatically. And afterward, cleanup begins again. The cycle of crowding and relief repeats over and over across the medieval calendar. Now consider the emotional layer. Medieval people lived with sanitation awareness constantly. Smell was not hidden. Waste was visible. Labor was shared socially. This created a different relationship with bodily reality than modern life. Less separation. More direct awareness. And yet also more adaptation. People learned to function within it. Not by eliminating waste, but by organizing life around its inevitability. Tonight, late evening fog settles over medieval Bruges as canal water moves slowly beneath wooden bridges and stone buildings. Servants finish final cleaning routines inside merchant houses while distant carts carry waste toward outer gates. And beneath the quiet surface of the sleeping city, the same unseen systems continue operating. Layer upon layer of human life pressed into the ground, waiting for tomorrow's repetition. In the final centuries of the medieval world, nothing about toilets suddenly became modern. There was no single moment where everything changed. Instead, there was simply continuation. Old systems carrying forward, slowly evolving into something more structured over time. Imagine early morning in medieval London again. But this time the city feels slightly different than earlier centuries. Trade is heavier. Streets are busier. Some areas are beginning to show more organized planning, but much of the old structure still remains. Wooden houses, stone drains, shared courtyards, cesspits beneath layered soil, and people still waking up to the same routine that has existed for centuries. A servant walks quietly through a household before sunrise. Chamber pots are collected. Water is carried. Floors are cleaned. Windows are opened briefly to let in cold air. And the cycle begins again. This repetition is what defined medieval sanitation more than anything else. Not perfection. Not invention. But endurance. Now imagine a quiet monastery in medieval France at dawn. Monks move slowly through cloisters, their footsteps echoing softly against stone. Water flows beneath latrine channels in a steady rhythm. The air is cold, still, and disciplined. Everything is orderly, but still entirely human. No system removes necessity. No structure eliminates waste. Only manages it. Now shift again to a small rural village in medieval Italy. The world feels quieter here. Fields stretch outward. Homes sit farther apart. Sanitation is simpler but still present in daily life. Pits, fields, and outdoor privies remain the standard, and nature plays a larger role in breaking down waste over time. But even here, people remain aware of placement, distance, and seasonal change. Now zoom out across Europe one final time. Across cities like Paris, York, Florence, and many others, the same patterns repeat endlessly. Population grows. Waste increases. Systems strain. Labor compensates. And cities continue functioning through human effort. Sanitation never disappears. Simply becomes background structure. Something always present, rarely noticed, but constantly active. And beneath it all lies one unchanging truth. The medieval world was not defined by its toilets, but it could not have existed without them. Because every home, every castle, every monastery, every street, every traveler, every king, and every child shared the same biological reality. And every system, no matter how grand or simple, had to answer to it. Now imagine the final quiet scene. Night settles over medieval Venice. Canals move slowly beneath stone buildings. Lights flicker in distant windows. Boats drift gently through dark water carrying the last movements of the day. Somewhere, a servant finishes one final cleaning task. Somewhere else, a traveler rests in an inn after a long journey. And beneath the entire city, unseen channels continue carrying away the remnants of human life, flowing outward into rivers and time itself. Close your eyes for a moment. Hear the slow movement of water under stone. The distant echo of footsteps on narrow streets. The quiet rhythm of a world that never stopped working. And then imagine it fading gently into silence.